Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Welcome once again to this live analysis. स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। मॉर्निंग सेशन ऑफ था, इवनिंग सेशन नाउ ओपन। देखते हैं क्रूड ऑयल कहाँ पर ओपन होता है। ओके, हल्का सा गैप अप, बहुत वॉलेटिलिटी राइट नाउ। कल न्यूज़ थी एक्चुअली, यूएस ने आई थिंक और ईरान ने दोनों ने एक दूसरे पर अटैक किया था। क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा सा उस वजह से बुलिश लग रहा है। 5:30 अभी न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, थोड़ा और वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे। फिलहाल 5:30 का 6 पीएम पे यूएस का जीडीपी का डेटा है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स, एंड देन 7 पीएम पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन, एंड देन 7:30 न्यू होम सेल्स का डेटा है। साथ ही साथ क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री और नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री आज साथ ही साथ दोनों एक साथ आएंगी। तो इसका ध्यान रखना, 8 बजे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री और 9:30 पे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री। तो काफ़ी इवेंटफुल डे रहने वाला है। नेचुरल गैस हल्का सा गैप डाउन है, कल तो बिल्कुल वन साइडेड ही मूव आ गया था नेचुरल गैस में फ्रॉम द बॉटम एरिया। कल आपका एक्सपायरी भी थी गोल्ड की, मॉर्निंग से कंटिन्यूसली गिरा था, सेकेंड हाफ में थीटा डी के काफ़ी अच्छा हुआ गोल्ड में। जो लोग गोल्ड में ट्रेड करते होंगे, एमसीएक्स में कल थीटा डीके में काफ़ी अच्छे पॉइंट मिल गए थे, लगभग 50 to 100 पॉइंट इजीली। लास्ट 3 से 4 घंटे के अंदर डीके हो गया था मार्केट में, विच इज़ आउट ऑफ द मनी बाय द वे। फिलहाल डॉलर इंडेक्स $99 के अराउंड वापस कंटिन्यूसली ट्रेड करता हुआ आज हल्का सा गैप डाउन हुआ था मॉर्निंग पर, सॉरी, हल्का सा गैप अप हुआ था, उसके बाद अपसाइड मोमेंटम किया एंड देन थोड़ा सा अपसाइड ही बना हुआ है, स्टिल पॉजिटिव राइट नाउ। गोल्ड और सिल्वर पे देखोगे, गोल्ड कल भी गिरा था, आज भी देखोगे कल के लो से तो थोड़ा बहुत कह सकते हो कुछ खास रिकवरी किया नहीं। आज बड़ा कैंडल एक सेल ऑफ में वापस आ गया था, 4380 के अराउंड चल रहा है। एंड सिमिलरली अगर सिल्वर देखोगे, दैट इज़ नाउ $73। लेट्स सी क्या और फॉल करता है या फिर नहीं। देखते हैं कुछ प्लान बनता है यहाँ पर। अभी 5:30 एक बार न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा तो मुझे लग रहा है उसके बाद शायद थोड़ा सा प्रॉपर मूव देखने के लिए मिल जाएगा। फिलहाल यूएस क्रूड ऑयल भी देखोगे $91। कल तो देखोगे पल लगभग 87 $88 के अराउंड लो बनाया था, वहाँ से रिकवर करके काफ़ी अच्छा चला गया ऊपर, एक बार के लिए $92.50 के आसपास था, नाउ $91 के अराउंड होल्ड कर रहा है। सेंसेक्स की एक्सपायरी भी कल ही हो गई थी, तो आज मार्केट बंद है, कोई एक्सपायरी भी नहीं है। बाय द वे, जो लोग एमसीएक्स में ट्रेड करते हैं, एमसीएक्स में बहुत सारे न्यू कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी लॉन्च हो रहे हैं अलग अलग कमोडिटीज़ के। रिसेंटली एमसीएक्स ने लॉन्च किया था वेदर का फ्यूचर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। जो लोग अगर इंडियन वेदर में ट्रेड करना चाहते हैं तो दे कैन ट्रेड फ्रॉम देयर एज वेल। के अलावा रेनफॉल फ्यूचर ऑल्सो देयर। ये जो फ्राइडे है, मतलब कल, कल से लाइव हो जाएगा। रेनफॉल फ्यूचर को भी आप ट्रेड कर सकते हो। दिस इज इंडियाज फर्स्ट एक्सचेंज ट्रेडेड वेदर डेरिवेटिव राइट नाउ। एनसीडीएक्स में ट्रेड हो रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। स्टार्टिंग में तो वॉल्यूम कम रहेगा, बट या हैच करने के लिए काफ़ी अच्छा है। यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट व्हाट काइंड ऑफ वेदर विल बी इन फ्यूचर, एंड अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट यू कैन हैच। ठीक है, ऑप्शन बाई या ऑप्शन सेल करने के थ्रू। इलेक्ट्रिसिटी फ्यूचर ऑलरेडी पहले ही आ चुका है। According to Iran IRGC affiliated Tasmin news agency, a number of vessels attempted to transit westbound through the Strait of Hormuz without coordination with Iran Navy formed Persian Gulf Strait Authority, and following warning from the IRGC, and they were stopped and turned back around. According to a statement published this morning by US Central Command, last night Iran launched a ballistic missile towards Kuwait that was successfully intercepted by Kuwaiti air defense in what they refer to as an egregious ceasefire violation by the Iranian regime. Additionally, CENTCOM confirmed that it downed a total of 5 one-way attack drones launched yesterday by Iran, which posed a clear threat in and near the Strait of Hormuz, while a sixth was struck at an Iranian ground control site in Bandar Abbas. देखते हैं कुछ सीज फायर वगैरह होता भी है या फिर नहीं, या फिर क्रूड ऑयल विल कंटिन्यू एट दिस लेवल. पहले सिल्वर और गोल्ड में जो एक्सपायरी होती थी ऑप्शन में, दैट इज इन 3 मंथ्स पीरियड नॉर्मली. वो 3 मंथ से जब से टू मंथली किया है ऑप्शन सेलर मेड गुड अमाउंट ऑफ मनी जो लोग ऑप्शन सेल करते हैं. एक बार यूएस का जीडीपी का डेटा भी देखते हैं. प्रीलिम जीडीपी लास्ट टाइम 0.7 थी, इस बार 2.0% एक्सपेक्टेड है. लास्ट टाइम से अच्छा एक्सपेक्टेड है क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर बेसिस पे. अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स लास्ट टाइम से ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेड है. नॉट गुड. डेटा आएगा, वी विल सी दैट. गिफ्ट निफ्टी को भी देखोगे, हमारा इंडियन मार्केट कल क्लोज हुआ था। अगर रिकवर नहीं किया तो कल गैप डाउन ही है कंफर्म ऑलमोस्ट, इंडियन मार्केट में भी। ठीक है, लेकिन रेजिस्टेंस था यहाँ पर नेचुरल गैस में ऑलरेडी, आज गैप डाउन हो गया है तो अभी कुछ कर नहीं सकते। क्लोज होते होते सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया, एक और था रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अराउंड। बाकी फॉरेक्स मार्केट में देखोगे, ये अभी तो हमारे यहाँ पर यहाँ ओपन हुआ है, फॉरेक्स मार्केट में इस रेजिस्टेंस जोन से एक ठीक ठाक फॉल किया है, उसके बाद रिकवर कर रहा है वहाँ पर भी। कल यहाँ पर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी अच्छा था, इस एरिया के आसपास मार्केट ने सेलिंग काफ़ी अच्छी दी थी कंटिन्यूसली। फिर यहाँ से ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल बनाई, यहाँ पर फिर रुका काफ़ी देर लेकिन निकल ही गया था ऑलमोस्ट उसी लेवल से। एक्सपेक्ट था थोड़ा सा और नीचे तक आता बॉटम तक, फिर यहाँ से जाता ऊपर। ये भी आधा ही मोमेंटम किया ऑलमोस्ट 5 पॉइंट इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे। कल न्यूज़ आई थी क्रूड ऑयल में, परसों सेलिंग अच्छी थी, रेजिस्टेंस जोन से कल एक बाइंग यहाँ पर थी, रिस्की थी बिकॉज मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया था, फिर एक न्यूज़ आई, सडन सेल ऑफ, फिर रिकवर, वापस चला गया है वापस लेवल के ऊपर। देखो फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल हो गई है क्लोज। 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना वॉल्यूम सडनली स्पाइक कर सकता है 6 पीएम पर। 6:30 पर है शायद, या 6 पीएम पर फिर डेटा भी आने वाला है, इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा शेड्यूल। नेचुरल गैस, क्रूड में कुछ है। palm oil ends higher on strength in crude oil। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है शायद नेचुरल गैस में, वापस देखते हैं कल के रेजिस्टेंस पे आता है। नेचुरल गैस फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल जैसी बनी है, लुक्स लाइक बोथ बाइंग और सेलिंग दोनों ही साइड से रिजेक्शन मिला है इसमें। फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल इंपॉर्टेंट है अब। क्रूड ऑयल में परसों वाला ही एक रेजिस्टेंस है, इसमें और कुछ खास तो दिख नहीं रहा। सपोर्ट ऑल्सो वेरी फार राइट नाउ। बाकी आज ध्यान रखना, आज कल, आज नहीं, कल गोल्ड मिनी ऑप्शंस की एक्सपायरी है कल। वहां पर भी अच्छा थीटर देखने के लिए मिलेगा, आज और कल दोनों ही। गोल्ड मिनी ऑप्शंस एक्सपायरी टुमारो। ट्रेडिंग सेशन है वी मंथ का, फिर सैटरडे संडे क्लोज है ऐसे भी। ओके 5:30 हो चुका है लंदन सेशन के बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन। क्रूड ऑयल तो लग रहा है साइडवेज चला जाएगा, अगर कुछ खास मूव नहीं आया टिल 6 PM। इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है जीडीपी का, क्रूड ऑयल भी इम्पैक्ट करता है नॉर्मली उस पर। कि एक बार ये प्राइस इस लेवल के नीचे आ जाए तब देखते हैं इसमें सेलिंग। ये है रेजिस्टेंस पर जोन के अराउंड ही, बट जो पहली कैंडल बनी है दैट इज नॉट गुड एक्चुअली। ये पहली कैंडल ही कंफर्म दे रही है कि ऊपर यहाँ पर अभी भी सेलर हैं, इसके नीचे अभी भी बायर बैठे हुए हैं। अगर ये एक बार नीचे क्लोज कर दे और फिर पुल बैक दे तो एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड ऐसे बन सकता है, अदरवाइज इसके ऊपर ही चला गया प्राइस तो फिर ये लेवल रिमूव हो जाएगा वेरी क्लियरली। सो इट इज ऑन रेजिस्टेंस क्रूड ऑयल, वी नीड टू वेट फॉर द सेलिंग कंफर्मेशन चाहिए। डेटा आने वाला है कुछ ही देर में। क्रूडल स्टक है, इंपॉर्टेंट है फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल का लो ब्रेक होना। इसके नीचे क्लोजिंग करे फिर ये कुछ सेटअप बनेगा। अगर ये वापस पहली कैंडल के ऊपर क्लोज कर गया, ये फिर ऊपर ही जाने वाला है, फिर नीचे नहीं आएगा, मुश्किल है बहुत। नेचुरल गैस भी देखोगे फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही है, अभी 10 मिनट है न्यूयॉर्क सेशन। ठीक है, लग नहीं रहा क्रूड ऑयल नीचे आने के मूड में है, अभी भी बुलिश है कम्प्लीटली। का है बिकॉज रेजिस्टेंस है, बट पहली कैंडल इज क्लियरली सेइंग इतनी आसानी से नीचे नहीं जाऊंगा। लेट्स सी 6:30 का डेटा में भी डिसाइडिंग 6 PM डेटा, 7 मिनट लेफ्ट। ये थोड़ा सा अगर NYMEX न्यूयॉर्क मर्सल्टाइन एक्सचेंज का चार्ट देखोगे, वहां पर गैप अप गैप डाउन नहीं होता इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ट्रेडिंग सेशन में। यूएस ट्रेडिंग सेशन में तो गैप अप गैप डाउन दिख जाएगा, लेकिन जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ट्रेडिंग आवर्स होते हैं वहां पर पूरा कंप्लीट चार्ज है। वहाँ पर लेवल थोड़ा सा आपको अलग दिखाई देगी बिकॉज ऑफ वहाँ पर प्राइस डिस्कवरी वहीं पर होती है एक्चुअल में. यू कैन यूज दोज चार्ट्स rather देन एनी फॉरेक्स ब्रोकर चार्ट. बट याद रखना वहाँ पर पेड वर्जन में आपको लेटेस्ट डेटा मिलेगा, अदरवाइज 10 मिनट का लेट डेटा आता है फ्री वर्जन में अगर ट्रेडिंग व्यू ट्रेड कर रहे हो. थोड़ा सा फॉरेक्स चार्ट को भी देखेंगे क्रूड ऑयल में बिकॉज अलग अलग है फॉरेक्स का चार्ट और रेजिस्टेंस. दो मिनट लेफ्ट. के डेटा आने वाला है, लेट्स सी, एक बार देख लेते हैं डेटा को भी।
5 days, no losses on the S&P 500. Equities pulling back just a bit this morning, though. We'll see if this move sticks. We'll see if it holds. We're down by 0.2% going into PCE data in just a moment. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 0.3. In the bond market, yields are higher across the curve, particularly at the front end, higher by 3 basis points to 4.06%, with crude elevating and fueling this move. We're up by 2 to 3% throughout much of this morning. With your inflation data and more, let's cross over to Mike McKee. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Where to begin? Let's do jobless claims because it's not going to really move the markets today. 215,000 up from 210,000, but still showing a stable labor market. Now, as far as inflation, which is the Fed's main concern these days, we're looking at PCE inflation up 0.4%, a tick lower than what had been expected on a year-over-year basis. That still puts us at 3.8%, up from 3.5%. And remember, the headline PCE is the Fed's 2% target. Core PCE up 0.2%, a little bit less also than expected, and that puts us at 3.3%. The expected figure up from 3.2% in March. So more inflation on a year-over-year basis. Personal income was flat on the month. Personal spending up by 0.5%, which was as expected. That's a little bit down from the 0.9 that we saw back in March. So some movement on the consumer side, a little bit less spending, but still fairly strong with inflation up. Now the biggest question is how much of that spending was because of inflation. The increased spending was because of inflation. We also have durable goods orders out, up 7.9% on a headline basis after an 0.8% gain in the month of March. Now you take out transportation and it falls to 1.1%. So there's a big Boeing effect there. And then capital goods orders, non-defense, ex-air, this is what really matters, down 1.1% after rising 3.9% in March. The expectation was for a 0.4 gain. So some mixed news on consumers and business spending and some, as expected, news on inflation. It's rising still.
Mike McKee, thank you. Just on the margin, not as bad as expected. So equity futures with the smallest of bounces off the low. Equity futures down by close to 0.2%. Yields at the front end of the curve were advancing by close to 3 basis points, now up by around 2 to 4.05%. Much of the move this morning, the epicenter for it out of the commodity market. Brent and WTI still higher by more than 2%. Inflation is elevated, bottom line. And ultimately, for this Federal Reserve, this number's still uncomfortable. Even if you get a small downside surprise on a month-over-month read, this number, year-over-year, still uncomfortable.
Especially because people continue to spend. What I find notable, and you're right, that on the margins, this is a downside surprise, the right kind of downside surprise, but still we're at 3.3% year-over-year. When you take a look at the personal income and the personal spending and the real personal spending, you can see the income is actually slowing down, or actually not growing at all, but spending is increasing, either at pace or above expectations. This suggests that people are dwindling their savings in a significant way. I just wonder how sustainable this type of trend is if the averages reflect anything real on the underlying.
I think it's the right question, Lisa. Mike, I hope you're standing by still, because I think that's the ultimate question for economists right now. Can the spending keep up with higher prices if you're not seeing it in incomes in this country?
Well, that's the problem, because people tend to spend out of their incomes, out of their paychecks, especially at the lower income levels. The folks who get more money from assets aren't affected. But the personal savings rate dropped significantly to 2.6%. So it does show people were going into their savings to keep up the level of spending. And so that, along with the drop in the overall spending rate, portends maybe a consumer slowdown ahead. People paying more for gasoline, people paying more for food. They may have less for other categories.
Mike McKee, appreciate it, sir. Mike McKee down in Washington, D.C. Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank with us around the table here in New York. Matt, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
What's the first take, the early take for you?
Yeah, you notice the inflation data. I think that we contextualize it within the past several years, and we think about 3.3% as being the highest since 2023. Now, obviously, that's not a good outcome. But I think if you strip out the COVID-driven inflation, this is actually the highest core PCE inflation rate since 1992. We are moving in the wrong direction, away from 2%. And our view is that this is not simply about temporary supply-driven factors, tariffs and energy prices, that there is an underlying demand force that is more important. Trend inflation is stuck closer to 3%. and that therefore it is entirely appropriate for Fed officials to be thinking about raising rates.
Thinking or actually raising rates?
So far thinking. Our view is that the Fed is on hold, that they are roughly at neutral. I think you need to have a shift in the narrative from the Fed that needs to take place. They need to downweight the idea that this is about temporary forces. They need to downweight the idea that the labor market is not a source of inflationary pressures, because I agree with that. I think as you look more broadly, the economy is a source of inflationary pressures. The CapEx data that we just got was a little bit softer, but you were looking at very strong AI-driven CapEx growth. When you look at the output gap, according to the CBO, it's plus 1.1 percentage point. You would expect that inflation is well above the Fed's target, given that output gap and given that demand backdrop.
Can the economy remain inflationary if people's incomes are not keeping pace and if they're spending out of savings pools that are dwindling?
Yeah, so I think that's an open question, and the income data this morning was definitely disappointing. I think that you have a consumer backdrop that can weather higher energy prices for a period of time. We have the benefits of the one big beautiful bill from tax cuts. You have a labor market that is producing meaningful income growth. You have 4% nominal income growth year over year. Wealth to income ratios are near record high levels. So I think the aggregate picture can continue to support a consumer that is spending. Obviously, that's not true across the income distribution. You have households at the lower end that are more negatively impacted by gas prices, more negatively impacted by higher interest rates. And so you're still going to have this great dispersion, I think, across consumers.
If the Fed did hike rates, would that slow any of the inflation in the economy that seems to be independent of Fed funds?
Yeah, so I think that's a question that I get asked a lot. In particular, is AI-driven CapEx going to slow simply because the Fed raises rates by 25 or 50 basis points? And the answer is probably no. The other point is that if it is demand-driven, you have to soften or weaken the economy in order to bring inflation back down to 2%. I think there was a period of time where we were all optimistic that the Fed and the economy was going to be saved by supply forces, that the big labor supply boom that we had and productivity growth was going to save the economy and bring inflation down. We are now entering a sixth year of high inflation. My view is that there's not very much evidence that you can get inflation back down to target without demand weakening. The question is, when does the Fed conclude that they are accommodative and they're not restrictive enough in order to get inflation down to 2%?
Do you think it would be appropriate for them to just shift to a 3% goal or a 2% average, say, over 100 years? This idea of, eventually...
They've done that, haven't they?
I mean, essentially,
Isn't that the
right?
last 5?
I mean, it's sort of like, transitory. We're all transitory in this stage of the universe. But I'm just wondering, from your perspective, is 3% a more appropriate level at an industrial build-out like the one that we're seeing?
I think it's a reasonable conversation to be having if the Fed was at 2% today. Having missed their target for so long and being worried about inflation expectations and an inflation psychology that is embedding higher inflation, a central bank has to be worried that moving the goalposts when you haven't hit your target, it actually makes it worse.
Matt, get
so
to the
they
headline.
move it to 3, why not 4?
How offside
and
are
I think people care about that difference.
Let's get to the headline. How offside are they? How much do they need to hike in your mind for next year?
So again, our baseline is that they're on hold here. But we wrote a piece recently with my colleague Matt Raskin. You look across a variety of policy rules, which just guides you about where the Fed probably should be given the current economic backdrop, and they are 50 to 160 basis points above current levels for the Fed funds rate.
So if they start moving, it's not once, it's not 25.
I think that's the other part. I think if the Fed concludes that they are too accommodative, that inflation is embedded in a problem, it'd be very strange for them to conclude that they are precisely off by 25 basis points. I think that they would have to view that a sequence of rate hikes is likely necessary.
So you actually think they do need rate hikes, but you have them on hold. Why? Because of politics won't allow it?
Well, no, I think we are optimistic still, somewhat on the inflation front. I think
you don't sound that optimistic.
I don't sound that optimistic. But I think that there's scope potentially that inflation could come down next year. Shelter inflation is coming off. There are still tariff-driven inflation effects. But in part, what I have to do as well is read the Fed's reaction function. It's not at all about politics. I mean, I think if you were to hear Chair Powell and Governor Waller, which I think were out of politics, there's just an embedded narrative that inflation is not a problem, and they're giving time for inflation to come down. And so I think that's in part, my call is both the economic forecast, but then reading the Fed's reaction function. The Fed's reaction function is not there for hikes yet.
You mentioned the consumer being able to get by with things like the One Big Beautiful Bill. The tax refunds now have been spent many times over, according to people that come on this program. They were used Christmas holidays. They were used electricity at the start of the year. Now they're being used for higher gasoline costs. At some point, are they done? Has the consumer now really just dried up in terms of the extra fiscal power they had?
Yeah, so I think there's the refund part, and then there's the additional tax cuts that everybody is benefiting from this year. And that part, I think, has not been completely dried up. But you know, the longer that this war drags on, the longer that energy prices remain elevated for longer, the more worried you become about that outcome. At the same time, the more we muddle through where energy prices are high enough that they are inflationary, but not high enough to actually significantly damage the consumer and growth outlook, I think that's the most hawkish outcome for the Fed. That's essentially what Governor Waller has talked about, where we're kind of around $100 per barrel on oil. There's second-order effects spilling over into the inflation data. You get worried about inflation expectations moving higher. So for me, that's actually the most hawkish outcome, that we just remain in this muddle-through scenario with energy prices near where they are.
Why do financial conditions never matter when markets are going up? I mean, I ask this because ultimately the one method of transmission that the Fed could execute would be curtailing the party in some of the frothiest of stocks, which is the one bear case that people say, but it's not going to happen because the Fed isn't going to hike rates. At what point are financial conditions driving some of the inflation that we're seeing? Because people feel really wealthy when they take a look at their index funds. If they bought the NASDAQ, if they bought Micron 2 weeks ago, they feel amazing and they're going to go out and buy luxury goods. At what point is that going to become a problem for the Fed?
Look, I think it is already somewhat a problem. If you look at the Fed's own models for FCIs, financial conditions indexes, they suggest that financial conditions are adding a percentage point to growth over the next year, that they're additive of a percentage point. That is nearly as much as they were back in 2022 before the Fed started to raise rates. So if you think about an economy where financial conditions are extraordinarily accommodative, where fiscal policy is accommodative, where you have an AI-driven structural boom happening in CapEx, I think that would make you not all that surprised that inflation is actually well above the Fed's target and looks stickier than anticipated. Yes, oil prices is a drag, but it is offsetting these number of tailwinds that I think are continuing to support growth.
Elisa, you basically communicated the cash carry argument, which I think is probably the right one, that if we dropped the easing bias early enough, that you would have seen a tightening of financial conditions that would have done some of the work for them. Of course, markets have gone in completely the other direction because the idea that they still have an easing bias in the face of what we see right now in the economy, where growth at the average level is pretty decent, and what you see in energy and broader inflation, it's pretty amazing to see.
And the bond market is getting on board with the idea of inflation being a bit stickier. Stock markets are not buying the story that bonds are telling them. They're saying, we don't think that a Warsh Fed is going to hike rates. They might jawbone all they want, but we are not listening. But when you talk to strategists, if they were to hike rates, that would be another story.
Really enjoyed the note this week, by the way. The point you make is the right point. This muddle through that we've been talking about, the idea that things aren't terrible right now with energy, that we're not at 200, we're at 1. So you're at this muddle through where you don't see the demand destruction, but you do see the elevated prices. That's a nightmare for the Fed. The Fed knows what to do with extremes. They don't know what to do with this, and that's why they're in a bit of a bind.
Yeah, a supply-side shock that was actually a shock would actually be much more obvious. This is a supply-side unfortunate reality for the United States. Is absolutely a shock in other places, and that's why you see the Fed not seeing the destruction in terms of demand that they would otherwise see.
Matt, what did you say? If you strip out the pandemic, this is the worst inflation number since when?
1992 for core PC inflation. I think that broader context is really important here. Yes, we think about everything within the context of COVID, but COVID was the biggest inflation shock in 40 years. Today's core PC inflation would be the highest since 1992, if not for the COVID-driven inflation shock.
And we've got an easing bias. Amazing. Matt, thank you,
I think
sir.
that'll come out in June.
Thank you. Matt Lazzetti at Deutsche Bank. You're not the only one who expects that change on June 17th. With an update on stories elsewhere this morning, with your Bloomberg Brief, Vonnie Quinn has more. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Recapping the data we just got then, the PCE, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, meeting estimates. The index up 3.8% in April, marking the biggest two-month acceleration since 2021. Jobless claims coming in higher than expected at 215,000 for the week ending May 23rd. Apple's overhaul of Siri will be a centerpiece of its next iPhone, iPad and Mac software. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the update will feature a new interface and chatbot-style app. Siri will have the ability to understand personal data and analyse on-screen content. In sports, the Carolina Hurricanes are one win away from the Stanley Cup final after shutting out Montreal on home ice. The Canes scored 3 goals in the first period, and Frederik Andersen stopped all 18 shots he faced. The series winner will face the Vegas Golden Knights for the Cup. And that is your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Vonnie, thank you. Thank you for the update. Up next on the programme, we'll set you up for the day ahead. Plus, we'll catch up with Matt Stuckey of Northwestern Mutual on why he's underweight US large caps with an equity market at all-time highs. That conversation up next.
इस डेटा आया था मिक्स डेटा फॉर यूएस इकोनॉमी. Now if you look at this 7 p.m. यूएस मार्केट ओपन 7:30 पे न्यू होम सेल्स का डेटा, फिर 8 बजे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री और 9:30 पे क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री. क्रूड ऑयल नीचे तो आया है, देखते हैं डेटा पे थोड़ा सा रिएक्शन दिया बेरिस, क्या ये क्लोज करेगा नीचे 8700 के नीचे, तभी इसमें एक सेलिंग बनाएंगे, नहीं तो अवॉइड करेंगे. दोनों इन्वेंट्री आज ही हैं, कल तो आई नहीं इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल की वजह से, नहीं तो कल आती है वेनेसडे के दिन. बोथ इन्वेंट्री टुडे इज थर्सडे. गाइस एज एक्सपेक्टेड क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे थोड़ी देर पहले जो हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे प्राइस कांट मूव बियॉन्ड द लेवल ऑफ फर्स्ट 15 मिनट कैंडल, वो उसी फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही ट्रेड कर रहा है। ठीक है, मैंने पहली बार ही आपको बता दिया था जब तक ये इस लेवल के नीचे क्लोज नहीं करता या फिर ऊपर क्लोज नहीं करता कुछ कर नहीं सकता, बिकॉज नीचे बाहर बैठे हुए हैं, ऊपर सेलर किसी एक साइड पर निकल जाए तो बेटर है। ये रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है बट रेजिस्टेंस पे एक इनडिसाइसिव कैंडल फॉर्म करी है विच इज़ ऑब्वियसली नॉट सपोर्टिंग दिस। यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन हो चुका है, अब सीधा नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री आएगी 8 बजे, आधा घंटा और है। लेट्स सी कितना मूव करता है। न्यूज़ भी नहीं है, कोई न्यूज़ होगी तो विल सी दैट एज वेल। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी देखोगे कंटिन्यूसली अप साइड ही मूव कर रहा है, कोई भी सेलिंग प्रेशर है नहीं। बॉटम के आसपास यहाँ फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल बनी है, अभी भी बुलिश ही है, नो साइन ऑफ सेल ऑफ neither in MCX nor in Forex chart. लास्ट बॉटम देखोगे अराउंड $2.980 के आसपास कहीं एक बॉटम बनाया है नेचुरल गैस ने। मुझे लग रहा है शायद ये वापस $3.30 के अराउंड वापस जाने की कोशिश कर रहा है, कर सकता है वापस नेचुरल गैस। अननेसेसरी शॉर्ट मत करना नेचुरल गैस को, थोड़ा बहुत जो भी आ रहा है पुल बैक ही है, देन नथिंग एल्स। यहाँ से अरे वाह, क्रूड ऑयल में क्या कैंडल बनी है, कोई न्यूज़ आ गई लग रहा है। कोई पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ ही है, क्रूड ऑयल गिर रहा है तो इसका मतलब। मूव तो आ चुका है, लेट्स सी, देखते हैं। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में भी यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान करते हैं। वैसे तो एक बार यहाँ से आ चुका है ना, दो बार ही लेंगे फिर, छोड़ दो। ठीक है, मैं फॉरेक्स चार्ट में देख रहा हूँ तो ध्यान रखना, थोड़ा सा लेवल ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है। एक बार एमसीएक्स में भी देख लो। ऑलरेडी 2.42% ऑफ है नेचुरल गैस इंट्राडे। नहीं, वो फॉरेक्स चार्ट का अलग ही चल रहा है। वो फोर्थ टाइम आ रहा है प्राइस, दिस इज द फोर्थ टाइम प्राइस हिटिंग दिस लेवल इन नेचुरल गैस। यहाँ से अगर और ऊपर जाता है प्राइस, थर्ड टाइम है ना, फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ टाइम भी आप। ठीक है, यहाँ से प्राइस अगर और ऊपर जाता है, एज फॉर द फॉरेक्स चार्ट कैन गो मोर 3% अप नेचुरल गैस, अगर ये लेवल होल्ड नहीं करता है। नीचे कल का बॉटम ही है एक सपोर्ट हमारे पास फिलहाल तो। ऑब्वियसली वहां तक तो गिरेगा नहीं, खैर अब वेरी लेस चांसेस। ठीक है, क्रूड देखना पड़ेगा क्या न्यूज़ आई है, सडनली फॉल हुआ है लास्ट कैंडल पे। एक्सोइस क्लेम यूएस एंड ईरान हैव रीच्ड अ डील पेंडिंग प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प फाइनल अप्रूवल। वाओ, एक न्यूज़ और क्रूड ऑयल 8,800 से 8,400, 400 पॉइंट का फॉल। एक्सोइस ने रिपोर्ट किया है दैट यूएस एंड ईरान डील पे पहुंच चुके हैं। प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प का फाइनल अप्रूवल मिलना बाकी है। अभी न्यूज़ ब्रेक कहाँ से हुई है देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि एक्सोइस को भी किसी ने कहा ही होगा डेफिनेटली। फिलहाल एक्सोइस की ओर से कहा गया, रिपोर्ट देखना पड़ेगा कितना सच है झूठ है, बिकॉज सोर्स कुछ नहीं है हमें, हमारे पास सिर्फ एक्सोइस की ओर से रिपोर्ट आ रही है। यप, थोड़ा सा अपने कॉशंस पे लेना इस न्यूज़ को, बिकॉज दैट इज़ अ एक्सोइस ने इस रिपोर्ट को अनवील किया जरूर है, बट देखना पड़ेगा डिटेल्स क्या है। यूएस एंड ईरान रीच डील बट नीड ट्रम्प्स फाइनल अप्रूवल, ऑफिशियल सेज। US and Iranian negotiation have reached an agreement on a 60-day memorandum of understanding to extend the ceasefire. Okay, this is the news actually. This is not end of the war, but जो सीज फायर था उसको 60 डेज और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एक मेमोरेंडम साइन हो सकता है। US and Iranian negotiation have reached an agreement on a 60-day memorandum of understanding to extend the ceasefire and launch negotiation on Iran nuclear program. But President Trump has yet to given it is final approval to US officials and a regional source involved in the mediation efforts tell Exois. The signing of the MOU would be the most significant diplomatic breakthrough since the war started, but a final agreement that tackles Trump nuclear demands will still require further intensive negotiation. US officials said the deal terms were mostly agreed as of Tuesday, but both sides still needed to get approval from senior leadership. The US official claimed the Iranian later come back and said they had the necessary approval and were prepared to sign. Iran has not confirmed that. US negotiator briefed Donald Trump on the details of the final deal, but he did not immediately sign off. The president relied to the mediation that he wants a couple of days to think about it, as per the US official said. Trump and his adversaries thought they were close to a deal several times at earlier stages in the war, but none materialized. So this is mainly a 60 days ceasefire deal जो हो सकती है साइन हो सकता है ना हो। ट्रम्प के पास अप्रूवल के लिए गया है, देखना पड़ेगा ट्रम्प क्या करते हैं इसको। अगर साइन हो जाती है तो 60 डेज का और सीज फायर आगे बढ़ जाएगा, एंड 60 डेज तक वॉर टल सकती है। वॉर ख़त्म तो नहीं हुई है। तो क्रूड ऑयल ने उस पर एक सडन रिएक्शन दिया है, इक्विटी मार्केट ने भी रिएक्शन दिया है यूएस में, सडन फॉल ओवर देयर एज वेल। कोई फाइनल अप्रूवल नहीं मिला, अगर ट्रम्प कहते हैं कि हम नहीं करना चाहते इस डील को, तो हो सकता है वापस प्राइस अपसाइड मूव कर जाए, तो थोड़ा सा कॉशियस होकर ट्रेड करना फिलहाल के लिए। तो एक न्यूज़ आई, क्रूड ने रिएक्शन दिया है. The MOU will include an Iranian commitment not to pursue a nuclear weapon. The official said it was also stated that the first issue to be negotiated during the 60-day window will be how to dispose of Iran highly enriched uranium. नॉर्मली एक्सोइस की जो रिपोर्टिंग होती है वो थोड़ा सा ऑथेंटिकेट रहती है, सो वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट दिस अ रियल न्यूज़. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के नीचे क्लोज तो कर दिया है. अब देखते हैं हल्का सा पुल बैक आता है तो सेलिंग में भी कंटिन्यू रहनी चाहिए. देखिए न्यूज़ थी, मैंने बता दी आपको, बट याद रखना न्यूज़ क्या है. न्यूज़ कोई वॉर को एंड करने की नहीं है. न्यूज़ इज़ अबाउट 60 डे सीज फायर एक्सटेंशन के लिए है यूएस और ईरान के बीच में, अगर ट्रम्प इसको ग्रीन लाइट दे देते हैं और साइन कर देते हैं. ये न्यूज़ अब आ रही है यहाँ पर, ऑलरेडी ब्रेक हो चुकी है न्यूज़, ध्यान रखना। नेचुरल गैस काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट रेजिस्टेंस पर है, इसके ऊपर कहीं अगर ये सस्टेन करता है तो एज ए सेट यहाँ से फिर सीधा लगभग 3% एंड देन 6% का अपसाइड मूव मिल सकता है अगर यहाँ से मार्केट ऊपर क्लोज करने में सक्सेसफुल रहा। ऑलरेडी इंट्राडे में फिर से 1.23% अप है, डाउन साइड से बिल्कुल लो से देखोगे दैट इज अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 4% अप्रॉक्सीमेटली अप। ओके, नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री आ गई है। लास्ट टाइम 96 थी, इस बार 92 आई है, लास्ट टाइम से कम आई है। लास्ट टाइम से कम आई, इट मींस इट इज बुलिश, नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंटरी इज बुलिश फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। इन्वेंटरी बुलिश है। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, ध्यान रखना नेचुरल गैस में। इन्वेंट्री वाली कैंडल है, थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे। लेवल पे आ तो गया, हिट तो कर दिया इसने रेजिस्टेंस को नेचुरल गैस ने। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है बिकॉज ऑफ द इन्वेंट्री। क्लोजिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है, 307 के नीचे क्लोजिंग आनी चाहिए। कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो बन गई है इन्वेंट्री की वजह से। ठीक है, गिफ्ट निफ्टी भी रिकवर किया है थोड़ा बहुत, लगता नहीं होल्ड करेगा ये। ठीक है, रेजिस्टेंस को हिट तो कर दिया है नेचुरल गैस ने। कैंडल का वेट करना, ये ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है न्यूज़ की वजह से। इन्वेंट्री बुलिस है नेचुरल गैस की, जितना फोरकास्ट था उससे कम आई है, विच इज़ बुलिस फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। ये एटलीस्ट इस लेवल के नीचे क्लोज होनी चाहिए, 307.2। इससे ऊपर गई तो फिर, इससे ऊपर क्लोज हुई तो फिर एंट्री नहीं बनेगी इस कैंडल पे। 307.2 के नीचे बेस्ट के सिनेरियो तो ये रहेगा, ये अपना ओपन इक्वल टू लो ब्रेक कर दे। फोरेक्स में भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो है क्या? ठीक है, अगर ये 307 के नीचे क्लोजिंग नहीं आई तो फिर दो पॉसिबिलिटी रहेंगी, हो सकता है ऊपर ही जाता रहे। अगर ऊपर ही जाता रहे तो फिर कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे। दो ही चीज़ हो सकती है, या तो फिर लेवल के ऊपर क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे चला जाए, या फिर वापस नीचे आएगी तब एंट्री करेंगे। फिलहाल फॉरेक्स में देखोगे वहां पर ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं है, एमसीएक्स में ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो है। कैंडल एमसीएक्स में ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो है। फॉरेक्स में भी 3.181 के नीचे क्लोजिंग चाहिए नेचुरल गैस फ्यूचर न्यूयॉर्क मर्सल्टाइज एक्सचेंज में। उसके ऊपर क्लोज हो गई तो यहाँ पर भी फॉरेक्स में भी ब्रेकआउट हो जाएगा। इट इज़ ऑन रेजिस्टेंस, इन्वेंट्री बुलिश जरूर आई है, उसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा सडन मूव हुआ है प्राइस में। लो ब्रेक हो तो ये होगा कुछ। बाकी गोल्ड को देखो, सॉरी डॉलर इंडेक्स अभी 99 चल रहा था, नाउ 98.713, 300 सेंस डाउन गया है करंटली। देखो नेचुरल गैस की कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है, ऊपर ही क्लोज हुई है, कुछ नहीं करना। अभी भी है रेजिस्टेंस पे, सेल नहीं कर सकते, प्राइस को वापस नीचे आने का वेट करेंगे। 7.3 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली नीचे आ जाए प्राइस अगर, जैसे यहाँ पर भी सेलिंग ही हो जाएगी अगर ये वापस इस लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज करने में सक्सेसफुल रहा 310 के ऊपर, तो फिर ये ब्रेकआउट है सीधा सीधा। लेट्स सी रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अंदर होल्ड करता है फिर नीचे आता है। फॉरेक्स में भी देखोगे ऊपर ही क्लोज हो गई है 3.181 के। हाँ वो क्रूड ऑयल के चार्ट में भी सेम ही है, उसका डेटा चेक कर लेते हैं एक बार। ठीक है, यहाँ पर एक हाई है, फिर लोअर हाई है, थर्ड टाइम ब्रेक डाउन हो चुका है। ठीक है, देखो अगर ये ऊपर क्लोज हो गई तो ये लेवल ही रिमूव हो जाएगा, नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ट्रेड करेंगे फिर। नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री बुलिश आई, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया, लेवल के ऊपर सीधा क्लोज। नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस भी पास में ही है, ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है। फॉरेक्स में और एमसीएक्स में बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंस आ जा रहा है चार्ट में, बिकॉज ऑफ द कैंडल। वहाँ कैंडल ही कुछ अलग है, यहाँ कैंडल ही कुछ और है। जब फॉरेक्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट इंडिविजुअल चार्ट फ्रॉम ब्रोकर्स। मैं डायरेक्टली फ्यूचर को ही देख रहा हूँ, न्यूयॉर्क मर्सल्टाइज एक्सचेंज के। जैसे हम अपना एमसीएक्स में फ्यूचर देख रहे हैं, वहाँ का जो फ्यूचर है जहाँ पर प्राइस डिस्कवरी एक्चुअली में होती है। क्रूड ऑयल में डायरेक्ट सेल मत करना अभी। वो फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर निकल गया है प्राइस, इसका मतलब यहाँ पर सैलरी है, प्राइस रिटर्न करेगा ऊपर तभी सेल कर पाएंगे। $93 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली। ये कैंडल नेचुरल गैस की भी ऊपर ही क्लोज होगी मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली, मुझे लगता नहीं है लेवल के नीचे आएगा क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे। ठीक है, ये इसके ऊपर जा रहा है, इसका मतलब ये लेवल तो रिमूव हो गया। 30 सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट, इसके ऊपर है एक नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस, वहीं सेल करेंगे। फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग कितना दूर है ये? हम्म, 1.72। ठीक है, इसको रिमूव कर देना, एक कैंडल नीचे नहीं आई। 315 या 16 के आसपास होगा नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। कैंडल देखोगे फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है नेचुरल गैस, कुछ ज़्यादा ही बुलिश हो रहा है। ठीक है, इसी एरिया के आसपास से एक सेलिंग का प्लान है। क्रूड ऑयल को देख के लग रहा है शायद इसी स्पीड से गिरता रहा तो वापस 7,000 ही जाएगा सीधा। एक बार वापस 8,000 850 आना चाहिए इसको।
in the quarter, so that was encouraging, and they learned that because they sort of missed sales in the fall last year. The other thing is they've right-sided their promotional activity. They missed out on that during the crucial holiday period, so now they've really ramped that up because, let's face it, in the first quarter, there was a $2.6 billion gain just in off-price sales, just from the big three. So they're continuing to lose share to the big three in off-price. You know, we just had Burlington's numbers out today. Their comparable sales were up 6%.
Yeah, and then let's not even get into the TJXs of the world, which are kind of in their own category. I want to get your take on a more traditional retailer, kind of a legacy retailer, and that's Gap. Gap will be reporting results as well. It's got a number of different brands, Old Navy, Banana Republic, and of course I guess they call it just the blue brand, Gap, overall. I think about Gap and how it's really picked up a lot of cachet of late. There was a collaboration with, I think, Victoria Beckham, was it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and things like that get people's attention. I don't know if it's translating into sales, though. Is it?
Oh, it absolutely is translating into sale. I mean, sales, when you look at their comparable sales gains, they've been higher than that of Old Navy. Old Navy is their largest brand. It's about 56% of revenues. Gap is the next largest brand, and that's, you know, almost 30%, somewhere around there. And so, no, they've been experiencing very strong comp gains there. I think what they're looking for in the quarter is, you know, somewhere around that 3 to 4% for the Gap brand. So you're right, you're seeing some strength, and I think that these collaborations, the campaigns all create a wonderful halo, and when you speak to millennials and Gen Z, you will hear them talk about Gap. So, in fact, I'm wearing a collab from last year. This is Gap X Malbon. It's a favorite golf brand, and I really like it. And so I hope they come out with another one. That one and then Doan. I also like the Doan collab as well. So,
so it does work.
It does work.
So what are your companies, Mary, what are they saying just about the consumer in general these days?
Paul, what we're finding out is that the consumer, even at the very low end, is really proving resilient. So, in fact, that was something that Burlington noted, that they haven't seen any signs of weakness. And, of course, in the off-price, their customer base, you know, most of their customers are really at the very low end. They go paycheck to paycheck. And Kohl's is sort of similarly positioned in terms of their core customer. So same sort of thing, except it's hard with Kohl's because there's other issues going on in terms of execution. But generally, with all the retailers that have reported so far, we're not seeing any pushback or signs of hesitancy on the consumer part in spending. So I still think that if there's some fresh newness or something that's exciting and they have to have it, maybe they might pass up on buying a favorite food brand in the grocery store or cut back there. But if there's something that really makes them happy, I think they're going to make that discretionary purchase, particularly since really with a low unemployment rate, when you have a job, you feel pretty good.
All right, Mary, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Mary Ross Gilbert, Senior Equity Analyst, covering all the retail stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's based out there in Los Angeles for us.
I don't see a Gap collab on your jacket,
I'm sporting
right?
my University of Richmond, so I'm going down to Richmond today to celebrate my 40th reunion.
Fun.
College. How did that happen? 40 years. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to check in with Sam Fazeli. He is in New York. That can't be good news for
We were
anybody.
stunned.
We were
Stunned when you walked in.
Walked through the door, so we'll talk a little healthcare. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube. We're streaming live at Bloomberg.com as well. Let's talk a little healthcare. We're always stuff. It's like technology. There's always stuff in the news. There's always deals to talk about. There's always new drugs and tests and all that kind of stuff. Sam Fazeli joins us. He stays on top of that. Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharma Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based in London, lives in France, but he's in our New York studio. Go figure that out. I want to ask you just, in this world we live in terms of the Trump administration and how it views healthcare policy, what are the companies that you deal with, the Eli Lillys of the world, the Mercks of the world, how are they approaching getting stuff done? Because they're still with research and development. They're still trying to get things approved. Have they changed the way they do things?
I mean, the basic business of pharmaceuticals has not changed. You got to spend a lot of money, and that number depends on how you calculate it, right? To try and discover a drug, and a lot of money trying to get it to patients. And of course, we all know pharmaceutical companies are pretty well profitable, right?
Sure.
I mean, they're not lacking for decent fat margins. So they have a lot of room to play with, which means that when you get pressures from MFN, when you get issues with the Inflation Reduction Act, MFN being most favored nation, etc., they have ways to dealing with it. And some of it involves actually doing what the president is looking for, or the administration is looking for, bringing manufacturing over to the US. But as you know, Paul, there's only so much of that you can do, right? Because you're not going to go back to making absolute basic ingredients. So, but they are doing some of that. And I think they've been managing the desire by the administration to try and get some of that back into the US.
Has the most favored nations impacted their financials?
Have you looked at the share prices?
No.
No, but I mean, of course. Sorry, that's a horrible way of answering your question.
Yes,
but it is.
That answers it, though.
No, right.
Okay.
There are some who are doing worse than others, but it's not to do with MFN.
Okay, I'm just looking at Eli Lilly.
There you go.
All right.
It looks almost like a Micron share price.
Yeah, exactly. So what's the latest thing? You're here in the States on a Thursday, which tells me, I know your schedule, how you guys work in pharma. That means you got a big conference over the weekend.
We do.
You go into a classroom for like all day, Saturday and Sunday.
Altruism. It's all about altruism.
Okay.
We're doing this because...
Now, which conference are you going to?
This is the American Society for Clinical Oncology.
Okay, this is a cancer one.
Cancer one, yeah. And they have, and the week after is the American Diabetes Association, which has a lot of obesity data in it now, where my colleague Mike Shaw will be going. The interesting thing, of course, is that these conferences are coming up, and every year we all search for, is this going to be a big one? And of course, this one is to a degree. Although we know what's coming, we know that there's a drug for pancreatic cancer that has done really well. We're just going to get the full details there. And we know that there is a potential new therapy for lung cancer, potential. We're going to get the details there. And how big a change is it? Could it be practice changing, which the company who owns it thinks it is, or change of standard of care? That's the sort of thing we're looking for. So hopefully I can be back here on Wednesday, having all of that information in my head, and we can talk about it again.
So in the audience of these conferences, it's some investors or some Wall Street people, but who's the real audience?
Vast majority of physicians. Of the 50-odd thousand people who go there to be educated, to hear about the new drugs, to learn about the new drugs, to talk amongst themselves about how they're managing their patients. This is a medical conference, which we piggyback on. There's no doubt about it.
So, and then who presents here? They're not just saying, this isn't necessarily, I guess it is a sales pitch, but it's also the science behind it. What are they? They're presenting papers and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, papers, science, medical data, new clinical trials. As I just said, a new therapy for pancreatic cancer, for lung cancer, for myeloma. They come and present their data, and it gives opportunity to physicians to discuss, argue, and parse the data.
Where are we broadly? Where are we on just the whole research and development for cancer? It feels like they're making a lot of, I guess, forward momentum here. I mean, I see more and more of it. We hear more and more of it. We read about it more and more. What's the next kind of milestone for that whole part?
Yeah, so what's happened with cancer is that we've got a lot of tools now to try and become more sophisticated in the way we target things that have gone wrong in the tumor cell without killing the patient because of side effects or causing awful, hair loss, gut falling apart, etc. That's becoming more and more doable. You can't get away. Side effects happen because biology doesn't just make one thing for one action only. It has developed the ability to utilize a same protein for different functions in different cells. So that becomes tougher. But the science is moving at that speed, and I think what we'll see is a lot of this coming up with a huge growth in oncology. But Paul, what's weird and interesting is that venture capital investment in oncology has gone right the way down.
Why is that?
Hard to tell. I think a lot of them have decided it's become too hard because success makes it moves the bar higher to compete with. So do I really want to go into that space, or shall I go into an area like neuroscience where we haven't hardly got much, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's,
Right.
psychiatric diseases. We have a lot of work to do there. So maybe that's what they're thinking.
Interesting. All right, so you're going to be in Chicago sitting in a conference room getting science dumped on you. When I go to a conference, it's at a golf resort, it's Vegas casino. That's how you do.
Yeah,
business.
we eat sometimes.
You eat well. Okay, maybe get a decent bottle of wine if you can find one.
Oh well, we try.
All right, Sam. Thanks so much for joining us, Sam Fazeli. He's a director of research for global industries and senior pharmaceuticals analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, heading out to Chicago for a very important medical conference, oncologist. So we'll see how that plays out there. I don't see the promo. So there we go. There it is. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network. Coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. More headlines coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. New data signaling the economic strain for Americans due to the ongoing conflict with Iran and rising oil and gas prices. The Commerce Department figures show inflation is up 3.8% from this time last year. Costs for the basics, food, gas, utilities, and other things eating away at budgets. A separate report finding more Americans are going hungry now than at the height of the pandemic. Here's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis.
This new report from the New York Fed shows what they call a remarkable rise in food insecurity, especially among those living paycheck to paycheck, and it's especially troubling because it impacts those with young children. Between late 2025 and early 2026, there was a sharp rise in households reporting that they had to skip meals, use food banks, and rely on SNAP benefits or dip into savings to cover their groceries, which are now 2.9% more expensive than a year ago.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he's confident the economy can bounce back when a deal with Iran is secured. Bessent also announcing new sanctions on Iran's Persian Gulf Strait Authority. That manages the passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. accusing Iran of ceasefire violations by targeting Kuwait. Iran also claiming the U.S. is violating the ceasefire deal. ABC's Ian Panel has more.
Iran is still saying it's not willing to make any concessions on its nuclear program. It knows full well what impact it's having on the world economy, what impact it's having domestically in terms of opinion polls and ratings for President Trump, and the impact on domestic consumers. And it knows, or it certainly thinks, that it can wait out its own economic misery. Now, that's an open question. How long can it endure what is a disastrous economic situation inside Iran?
The Supreme Court today ruling in favor of a black death row inmate from Mississippi who claims there was racial bias in the makeup of the jury that convicted him for his role in the killing of a grocery store owner. There was only one black juror on that trial. You're listening to ABC News. The Justice Department opening a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll. She's the writer that was awarded a settlement in a defamation case against President Trump.
Sources tell ABC News the investigation is allegedly centered around whether Carroll committed perjury during her civil lawsuits against Trump. Carroll was awarded a $5 million civil judgment in 2023 that found Trump liable for sexually abusing her in a department store dressing room in the mid-1990s and defaming her.
ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce. Sources say the Coast Guard is asking permission to send divers to new areas of the Bahama in the search for Lynette Hooker. The Michigan woman has been missing since early April.
Her husband, Brian, told authorities she fell off their dinghy during a storm as they were returning to their sailboat. He described the moment to our Victor Okendo.
The wind blew us apart so fast that I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat, back to our sailboat.
But now officials claim GPS data recovered from Brian's electronic devices does not match what he told investigators.
ABC's Hannah Bata. Former First Lady Jill Biden says she was worried then that President Joe Biden might have been drugged ahead of his widely criticized 2024 debate with President Trump. Details of her upcoming memoir shared by The Atlantic the day after CBS News released part of an interview with the former First Lady, saying she thought Biden was having a stroke. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
So we have a deal, except we don't. Welcome to the Thursday edition, as Iran and the U.S. reportedly reach an agreement to extend the truce and reopen the strait. But no one's approved it, and so the wheels go round. We're going to get the latest on this in just a moment from Bloomberg's Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. We'll walk through the market reaction to all of this with Bloomberg's Christina Kino, and on this PCE day, we'll get into the inflation numbers out this morning with Bloomberg's Michael McKee. And we'll assemble our political panel this hour as President Trump says he does not care about the midterms, though the White House is paying tribute to Harambe on this Thursday. You can't make it up. And we start, as always, with a look at Wall Street. Charlie Pellet has the numbers for us live from World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, how we doing?
Well, right now, a lot of green on the screen here, Joe Matthew, but emphasize on right now. We have got stocks erasing losses. This after Axios reported that Washington and Tehran have reached a deal to extend a truce and work toward an agreement to end their conflict. Keep it locked into Balance of Power for any and all developments out of the Middle East and Washington. S&P right now up by 37 points, indeed a record 75.57, up by about 0.5%. The Dow also pushing higher by 27 now, up by about 0.1%. Nasdaq Composite Index up 168 for Nasdaq, higher by 0.6%. The VIX now with a 15 handle, the 10-year at 4.46%, the 2-year 4.02%, and the 30-year below 5%, 4.99% on the 30-year. Gold is up $28 the ounce to $44.82, up by about 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate Crude holding below $90 a barrel, up 1.3%. Barrel of Brent, $94.58, up now by 0.3%. Lots for investors to digest today. A full serving of economic data, earnings news, and geopolitical developments. Sarah Malik is Chief Investment Officer at Nuveen Asset Management.
The ceasefire obviously is becoming very fragile at this point, and we'll see what happens from here. But markets really tend to follow earnings growth, and earnings growth has been very strong this year, driven by the AI and tech trade. And as long as that continues, markets will probably look past the war. And even though the war hasn't ended, markets have decided that it will end at some point, and that earnings will remain resilient.
Nuveen's Sarah Malik interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest. Speaking of resilient earnings, Snowflake shares are surging 37% after last night's report. Salesforce up now by 1.1% after the close of trading today. We'll be hearing from both Dell and Costco. Recapping, S&P at a record up 37, up 0.5%. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, there's the man, Charlie Pellet. Thank you, sir. He'll be back in about 15 minutes with another look at the Thursday trade. You made it to Little Friday. This week is moving along, right? You had a long weekend. I hope you did at least. It's Thursday, and we've got a very similar news cycle than we had the past couple of days, with a gallon of gas going for $4.42. Does that feel cheap? Don't ask me about diesel, because we've got our eyes on oil prices like we do every day. Today, they're higher, even though there was some early optimism about a deal. Axios strikes again. It does seem like a daily thing, right? Axios puts a headline up in the morning that says, we're close to a deal. The markets take off. White House says, well, the president hasn't approved of that. Then the whole thing falls apart by the end of the day, and somehow the markets still take off. We are right at record highs. An S&P 500 still trading above 7,500. Even with crude oil tiptoeing higher, still below $100 a barrel. We're going to get into all of this with Tyler because, as is frequently the case when we start this program at noon, we're not really sure exactly where we stand with talks, with conflicting messages from both sides. Why don't we go back to where we started yesterday in the cabinet room? Because Tyler was in there with everybody else. They cram them all in this. There's no room, It's this big, long table. All the reporters are made to stand on one side against the wall. It's like a high school dance. Stand against the wall and hope that somebody asks you to ask a question. Tyler got a couple yesterday, by the way, as you heard live here on Bloomberg, with the president being asked repeatedly, what's the status of the peace talks, and will we get a deal? Here's what he said.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. Right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall.
They're going back to the internet. He's there. I guess they've been putting some internet service back on. The headline on the terminal: U.S. Iran agree to extend truce pending Trump backing. Axios says it's an Axios report still at this point. But could we have a deal when we're shooting at each other? Because that was the headline we woke up to this morning. The U.S. striking Iranian military targets for the second time this week, and you've got air raid sirens going off in Kuwait. Said it responded to missile and drone threats from Iran. Ceasefire? U.S. forces shot down 4 Iranian drones fired at a commercial ship and hit a launch unit near the Strait of Hormuz. The ceasefire is intact? Iran targeted the U.S. base from which the strikes came. We got 4 of them in Kuwait, That's why this is so delicate right now. And with the market near all-time highs, we explore the possibilities again. We asked Tyler to come over from the White House today. Sometimes it's hard. She's standing there on the lawn looking in the tent with the bright lights. We can actually see each other today. Tyler, welcome back. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
You can't see anything over there, right? It's very bright looking in the tent. I've done that before. It's not fun.
Well, that's what happens when the back is so exposed because the White House is white, for some context here on how we do it.
Okay, so let's add to that. What is the brightest, most painful shot in Washington? It is the U.S. Supreme Court.
I knew you were going to say that. I've done that too.
Little test there. Well, you do it more often than I do. Anyway, welcome to the comfort of the climate-controlled studio. Axios out in front again. You heard my whole setup here. This is like rinse and repeat. Is anything new?
Well, a lot of the Axios reporting is what we've been reporting. We know that the administration is seeking what appears to be this phased approach where we would first see an extension of the ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz would be reopened. The U.S. would lift its naval blockade, and then that could kick off a essentially delayed phase of negotiations on potential curbs to Iran's nuclear program. When it comes to the Axios reporting, though, we're getting a little bit more of the finer points that could be involved in a potential deal, including that it is imperative that there will be unrestricted access when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, which means no tolls, no harassment, but also importantly, Iran would only have a 30-day time period in order to remove any of the mines that they've laid. So that's a little bit more of a firmer detail.
Does that also confirm that there are mines? There's been questions about that, right?
Well, I mean, considering that the U.S. had a military strike just the other day going after these boats that were laying mines, according to CENTCOM, it would appear that they're still trying to exert this influence in what is a very dangerous way, just underscoring how fragile the situation still remains in the Strait. It is also interesting because it comes on the heels of a lot of other efforts that Iran has been doing recently in order to tighten its grip. We saw this new authority established. We're seeing them moving forward with what is being called navigational services fees, what feels like a rebranded toll system. And we had Iranian state media earlier today confirming that the IRGC has let through 26 commercial vessels in the last 24 hours and vowed severe retaliation if the U.S. messes or disrupts, I think was the word that they used, their efforts to exert control over the Strait. So publicly, the sides feel very far apart, though we have heard from the administration that they are moving towards a diplomatic effort. So perhaps the Axios report helps to advance that narrative. There were a few other things inside. The Memorandum of Understanding will include an Iranian commitment not to pursue a nuclear weapon. Doesn't really feel new considering that Iran's public negotiating stance has been that they're not pursuing a nuclear weapon despite Western intelligence assessments to the contrary. But importantly, Joe, I will pull out this point. in the 60-day negotiating window, what is going to be prioritized is what happens to that stockpile of highly enriched uranium. So it feels like perhaps this is giving us a little bit clearer of a roadmap and how things could develop if and when we see it.
Did you bring the memo? You have the memo of understanding right here? Wow.
If only.
This is why we have her come over from the White House. We got to clear up a couple of things here. You were in the room with him yesterday. He didn't seem agitated as sometimes he might be in the back and forth with reporters. He seemed sort of blasé. And it got to the point where, because, he said, well, maybe we'll just have to resume hitting them hard, or maybe we won't, was kind of his attitude. When it came to a couple of other things, though, including questions about the midterm elections, that's the new T-shirt that Democrats are making up today. I don't care about the midterms, he said. I think it was Rachel Scott who asked him. You guys are standing right next to each other. Bringing us back to that whole I don't care about Americans' finances. It's kind of a similar vibe. Republicans' heads explode when they hear that stuff. Does he not care about the midterms, or is he trying to make another point involving Iran?
It feels like the latter. It feels like he's trying to convince Americans. I don't even think I can say it feels like that. We've heard from U.S. officials. He's trying to convince Americans that this, what the White House has called a short-term disruption, will be worth it for the long-term gain of preventing Iran to have a nuclear weapon. The issue that's coming up, even within members of the Republican Party, like those more hawkish voices on Capitol Hill, like Senators Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Roger Wicker, is that the contours of this deal appear to be postponing that dialogue about what potential curbs to a nuclear program will look like. And that has sowed some doubt in this. Also, the idea of short term, I mean, how many weeks are we into this? You mentioned higher gas prices. What sort of pressure does the administration face on the political front? Now, if we do continue down the lane of politics, so far President Trump has a pretty good track record when it comes to the primary season. All of the candidates he's been backing have been doing well in the Republican primaries. The question is, how does that translate when they're head-to-head with Democrats as we get closer to November? I will quickly add, while the polling is not in President Trump's favor when it comes to discontent with the economy, it's not necessarily great either with how Americans feel that Democrats would handle the economy. So they also have some room to make up on their side as well.
Wow, really interesting. Fascinating, actually. To clean up one last thing, you asked the president about a gas tax holiday. We're at still about $4.50, as I mentioned, just shy of. And there's been a thought, he said it himself, to suspend the federal gas tax is something that he would pursue, and he's got Republicans and Democrats ready with legislation. You asked him about a gas tax holiday, and he looked puzzled. And he said, a gas tax holiday? He repeated it back to you as if the terminology was foreign to him. Is this a matter of semantics?
Perhaps I did clarify that I meant a suspension of the federal gas tax on a temporary basis, which is what the holiday would be.
I think he thought you were proposing a new federal holiday.
It could be a good idea. But we'll have to see, because this idea, while it does have bipartisan support, some economists have cast doubt on how much this could really impact retail gasoline. We know that it takes time for prices to trickle down. So it's definitely something to watch. He said that they may be talking about it, but that ultimately he wants to give negotiations 1 to 2 more weeks, in his words, before they make any such decision.
Boy, really interesting. We don't have time for Harambe. Did you see the Harambe tribute on the White House Twitter page?
No.
That's an official one, right?
I don't know. I haven't seen it, Joe.
All right, no, we're going to make time for... No, look, there it is. If you're with us on YouTube, this is real. The official White House X account posting a tribute to Harambe, the 17-year-old gorilla who 10 years ago today was shot dead by the Cincinnati Zoo's emergency response team. The White House calling him a true patriot. With apologies to Harambe and Tyler, for that matter. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. You picked the right day to join us. Yep, there she is, Tyler Kendall. She's going to head back to the White House, presumably.
Yep, that's where I'm headed next.
In our next hour, it's amazing how this stuff works. Michael McKee, Christina Aquino are coming in next as we watch the markets here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Looking at records right now on the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all pushing higher. This as a rally in oil eases amid speculation that the U.S. and Iran are close to a diplomatic breakthrough. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the very latest on any and all developments out of both the Middle East and Washington. S&P right now up 41 at 75.61 to underscore a record there of 0.5. We've got the Dow up 23, up under 0.1%, while NASDAQ is up 194 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain there of 0.7%. The VIX trading right now below 16. We have got the 10-year at 4.45% with the 2-year 4.02% and the 30-year 4.98%. Gold is up $41 the ounce, up by about 0.9%. Spot gold at $44.95 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude is gaining 0.5%, 89.12 on WTI. Barrel of Brent 93.93, down by 0.4%. CVS Health has reversed a decision to restrict access to Eli Lilly's obesity shot Zepbound for certain drug plans after Lilly agreed to cut the price it charges many health plans. Lilly shares right now, they are surging by 4%. CVS shares up now by just about 1.1%. So again, recapping, we do have the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 40 right now to 75.60. That is a gain of 0.5%. And that, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet will have much more on the markets coming up in just about 20 minutes time here on Balance of Power. Welcome to the Thursday edition. It's great to have you with us here. Thanks again to Tyler Kendall, who's reading up on Harambe right now on this 10th anniversary tribute day. The White House, if you haven't seen this, calling out the great patriot in an X post today. Indeed, it was 10 years ago. Harambe was shot by the emergency response team at the Cincinnati Zoo and became a meme for the ages. In a tribute, White House calling him a symbol of loyalty, strength, chaos, unity, and the strange beauty of the internet, bringing millions of people together for one cause, never forgetting Harambe. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is part of the conversation here today on Balance of Power, as the market is as well. We want to stick with this because we're getting into an interesting world here where the rinse and repeat of headlines coming from organizations, including today it's Axios, frequently is the case. Sometimes it's Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, whatever. Somebody gets a phone call into the president, somebody gets a document in their hands, and it moves the market because it might mean a peace deal or it might mean that the two sides are walking away. We've had both take place today. We woke up this morning to reports that the U.S. was resuming strikes against Iranian targets and that Iran was lobbing drones and missiles or whatever else they have at U.S. interests, in this case, bases in Kuwait. Markets didn't like that. Axios headline hits. We've got another peace deal and the verge of a breakthrough, and markets take off. You just wonder when this whiplash starts to have a backlash on Wall Street. And that's why we wanted to talk to Christine Aquino for a moment, other than the fact as well that it's been a long time. Bloomberg's managing editor for markets is with us right now live from New York. Christine, it's great to see you. We could play the tape back from the last time you and I spoke, and we were probably in a pretty similar position. I'm just wondering if traders are enjoying trading on volatility right now, or if there's going to be some corrosive impact of all this whiplash here in the market.
Yeah, well, Joe, you know that volatility is, of course, excellent for banks' trading books.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they don't necessarily mind having to contend with all of these swings. But yeah, you're absolutely right. In general, there does seem to be a sense of fatigue amongst market participants when it comes to trying to parse the latest headlines when it comes to the U.S.-Iran relationship. And, you know, I think what's different the last time we spoke is that now we have Micron joining the $1 trillion market cap club. We've had a strong set of earnings from the biggest hyperscalers, the biggest tech companies, and that has provided a lot of insulation for the market to the extent that perhaps there is a sense that maybe markets are just kind of shrugging off some of the geopolitical risk because there is this massive AI-driven trade that's propelling it.
Well, you mentioned Micron, so let's go there. That was an insane move that we've seen just in the last couple of days. By the way, it's still got a bid today. Micron shares, which were lower earlier, are now up $10 or 1%. $938. This thing's up like over 800% in the last year. It's up over 100% this year. We got a price target this week of $16.25 from UBS. So, Christine, do we look back on this as the Henry Blodgett call on Amazon from 2000, that this was actually the turning point, this was the top?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot of anxiety over that prospect, Joe. But, you know, at the same time, anyone who kind of makes that call, at least when it comes to the top of the AI trade, has so far been proven disappointed. And you know, there's a lot of caution actually over calling the top and calling the end of this particular trade, just because, you know, there is seemingly insatiable demand for anything related to AI. Now, of course, beneath the surface, the story is morphing a little bit, right? A lot of focus at the moment when it comes to memory makers. And so that's why we have seen shares related to that space gaining traction recently. And that shows you know, that whereas the AI trade in general does seem to be chugging along beneath the surface, there are kind of nuances that are changing a little bit here. And so it really is now a question of, we're of course seeing a memory shortage at the moment. Is that something that gives certain companies pricing power, and is that something that's going to be a headache for other companies who don't have the same kind of pricing power?
Well, give us your broad view then before you leave us. Coming off of what appeared to be a pretty successful earnings reporting season, and knowing that we're still dealing with some inflationary issues that we're going to talk to Michael McKee about in just a moment. The fact is, Goldman Sachs this week joined several other big firms in hiking its year-end targets for the S&P 500, up to 8,000 now from 7,600. I think Morgan Stanley was already there. The analyst you're talking to and hearing from is bullish as they were at the start of the year, or did this earnings reporting season make them even more so?
I mean, it certainly did juice up the optimism that was already in the markets prior to the earnings season. But, you know, one thing that my team and I are watching out for, of course, is positioning and whether that's becoming overcrowded. I think that's definitely something to watch out for, because it is when you get that overcrowded positioning that any sort of minor, seemingly minor news development, whether it's geopolitical or data, since we're going to get non-farm payrolls next week, that is what tends to cause an outsized reaction. If markets are going very much in one direction, it doesn't take much to pull them back the other way.
Well, with our eyes on Wall Street and the great help of Christina Kino, we'll keep you posted on everything that's going on. The S&P is up 41 points right now, 75.61. Christina, it's great to see you. She's on TV and radio more than I am because she's brilliant, kind of like the next person we're talking to here. Professor McKee is with us live in Washington as we keep our eyes on PCE data this morning. This is the Kevin Warsh world we're living in now. And, of course, Michael McKee is Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. It's great to see you. How do we set the table for Kevin Warsh with today's data?
Well, it's not what he wants to see, certainly. No. The inflation rate on a year-over-year basis, headline basis, is up to 3.8%. Going in the wrong direction, almost double what the Fed's target is. They don't target core, they target the headline. Right. But the core is up as well. So the question is, do you think that Kevin Warsh is really going to want to cut interest rates? Or is that projecting from Donald Trump? Because we wouldn't say it about any other Fed chair. We would say the Fed chair is going to do what the data tell them to do. Yes. If inflation's rising and they need to raise rates, they would raise rates. So we may be able to give him the benefit of the doubt for a bit. We have no idea whether Trump will.
Well, fair enough. And I think you and I discussed that it might be smart for him to take Truth Social off his phone now that he's got the gavel in his hand. But I did think this morning at 8:30 when the numbers came out, does this not give him cover? I mean, President Trump's talking to Scott Bessent and others to say, look, Mr. President, he can't You got to give them some time.
Yeah, you couldn't make a case for cutting rates now because inflation is going up. It's continuing to go up, and the Fed can't say they would cut rates.
Right.
The markets would go crazy. The question becomes, where are we going from here? And Warsh's argument had been that AI would give us productivity gains, and that would enable you to cut rates, which might have been an argument if inflation was stable. But right now, it's not, so you can't make that claim and think it's going to get you anywhere with the other members of the Open Market Committee because it's just too early to see the benefits from AI.
Interesting today, we're going to be hearing the stylings of Scott Bessent in the briefing room. That's, by the way, about 90 minutes from now. He's scheduled for a 2 p.m. briefing. This is normally the press secretary, but of course, she's out on maternity leave. And we've seen kind of a new season of The Apprentice. Marco Rubio got one. J.D. Vance got one. Scott Bessent gets one today. Is it because of the PCE data? And I mean, this is going to be a political conversation, not an economic one, correct?
I'm not sure. I suspect that a lot of this will have to do with the war and sanctions and inflation in a broader sense rather than an analysis of what this particular month means. And people will ask him, what's the president going to do with Kevin Warsh? Is he going to give him a hard time or not? But I think this is they're moving into sales mode with these briefings with cabinet officials because the midterms are coming up.
Well, so can I ask you, and I don't want to get you in trouble. You're kind enough to come in here, but is Scott Bessent becoming more of a Kevin Hassett inside this administration in terms of being a political animal? When we hear him in interviews, getting real confrontational sometimes with the interviewers, speaking about under Donald Trump's leadership, not as necessarily an economist would be talking at this time.
Well, I think you'd have to have a scale of 0 to Kevin Hassett, but
fair enough.
You saw the cabinet meeting yesterday.
Yes, right.
All the members of the cabinet are obsequious and say really nice things about Donald Trump, and I think Scott Bessent has been doing that throughout his time at Treasury. He hasn't gotten worse. It's just that if you work for Donald Trump,
you're a political animal.
The moon and the sun revolve around Donald Trump.
So what will that mean for Kevin Warsh in his first news conference? You're going to be sitting in there, presuming that he has one.
Well, that's going to be the question. The Fed's not going to do anything. They're not going to raise rates. They might take out the bias statement. A lot of members have said that they would like to see that go. But then the rest of it is all going to be like a theater review, a movie review of Kevin Warsh. Like, how did he do? How did he sound? Did he sound in control? Did he, is there a lot of opposition that he faced or something? So that's going to be kind of the market focus this first go round.
What's Stephen Myron doing?
Right now, he's not employed.
He's on the beach?
He's on the beach, but I'm sure that he was a chief economist at a hedge fund before he went to the White House, and he could do that again, or the president could find him something else to do.
I wondered if that was part of the conversation.
Myron says no, but we know that the president has turned around and hired people from one job to another in the past.
For sure. Absolutely. How was Bruce?
Bruce was great.
Was it great?
Yes.
I'm amazed you have a voice. I thought you'd be
I'm
hoarse
amazed
at least.
I had a voice too.
Yeah. Are your ears ringing? Bruce rocked the nation's capital last night. This guy was there. We're lucky enough to have him on Balance of Power. Michael McKee, a pleasure as always. With us live in Washington, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power, the Thursday edition, and we're glad you're with us. We'll assemble our panel next with much more to follow on the fastest show in politics, only on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're looking at records. We're off session highs, but nonetheless, the S&P right now, 75.59 where we stand, up 39. That is a gain of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 21, up under 0.1%. NASDAQ also at a record, up 181 points, now up by about 0.7%. The 10-year, 4.45%. All of this with the VIX now below 16. The 2-year, 4.01%, and the 30-year currently yielding 4.98%. Gold up $46 the ounce, 4,500 even. That is a gain of 1%. West Texas Intermediate Crude, 89.05 a barrel, up 0.4%. Brent, the global benchmark, sliding by 0.5%, 93.81 a barrel. Darryl Cronk is Chief Investment Officer for Wealth and Investment at Wells Fargo Bank, and he told us this morning there is a lot of support for markets coming from Washington.
What people are missing is all the effects of the one big beautiful bill, where now all that CapEx spend we talk about every single day can be depreciated in this year or next and not over a period of 5 to 10 years, which means all that CapEx spend goes straight to the margin, straight to the bottom line earnings growth, and that's not going to change. Like, we're not getting a one big beautiful bill 2.0, regardless of what happens in the midterms.
Darryl Cronk of Wells Fargo Bank interviewed this morning on surveillance. U.S. auto safety regulators have opened an investigation into Rivian Automotive over the potential failure of a part that could lead drivers to lose control of their EVs. Today we're seeing Rivian shares advance. They are up right now by about 3.2%. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. We are looking at records. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, Charlie, thank you as ever. I'm looking forward to the big debate a little bit later on. Can we watch this at work, James? It starts at 2:30 in the afternoon. Democratic primary, Michigan. This ought to be a doozy, right? McMorrow, Stevens, El Sayed, among others. That's a crowded stage. That's going to be a fascinating race to watch as we talk more about the midterms, getting into the throes of the primary cycle. Just don't ask President Trump. As he says out loud, he doesn't care. It was quite a moment yesterday, and we recall his statement in the driveway a couple of weeks ago. You know how we do this. Everyone's going to connect the dots when he said that he wasn't concerned about Americans' finances. The answers came from the same question. Reporters keep hitting him on this. Right? Are gas prices, or Americans' finances, are the midterms going to be enough reason for you to cut a deal with Iran? Is that informing your view here? Maybe hasten the announcement of something? The answer is consistently no. Here's what he said yesterday in the cabinet meeting.
They're going to outweight me, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that, very simple, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us.
The prelude to the midterms, referring, of course, to the defeat of 24-year veteran Republican Senator John Cornyn in Texas, having endorsed Ken Paxton. The question is, will Ken Paxton beat a Democrat? And more broadly, will other MAGA candidates actually be able to close the deal in a general election cycle, especially if the president doesn't care about the midterms? We get into this with our panel, and we've got a great one for you today. Republican strategist Maura Gillespie is with me here in Washington, founder and CEO of Blue Stack Strategies, and Laura Fink, Democratic strategist, founder, CEO of Rebel Communications. It's great to have both of you with us here. And Maura, I'll start with you as our Republican. This is making GOP heads explode in Washington. When you hear the leader of the party say he doesn't care about the midterms, how do you strategize around that?
It's tough, I'll be honest. I think that when you're looking at midterms that have already, primaries have already shown that Donald Trump has a big voice there, right? He has a big impact, but I think it's short-term, it's short-sighted by looking at the midterms and looking at primaries as they're going to reflect in a general election. We saw that with Ken Paxton. His endorsement in the last minute, a lot of money was spent.
Yeah.
A lot of money was already spent in the primary, but a lot's going to be spent.
That's right.
Against Tallarico. And he felt so confident yesterday saying that, look what I did in Texas. Okay, but what happens when it comes to November and people are still feeling the pains of the grocery cost, of gas prices, of not being able to buy a home? And so the reality check there is that people didn't show up in Texas. I mean, the runoff was, 5% of the voting population showed up for that runoff, down 60% from who showed up in March for the primary itself. That's a small fraction of the population. And John Cornyn said so in his concession speech. A small percentage dictated the outcome. But that's what happens when people don't show up to vote. And those who voted for Donald Trump are frustrated with him. They don't feel at home in the Democratic Party or Democratic candidates, so they may just very well stay home. And so if you don't care about the midterms, you certainly should.
So what's your thought on this, Laura, other than, are you making bumper stickers and T-shirts with that line on it already?
Well, I don't think that might be spiking the football a little bit too early. We know that there are a lot of environmental factors that go into this, but I really appreciate Maura being straight with both the president and her Republican colleagues, because the president has been clear that he does not care about affordability. He denied its existence, and now he's saying he doesn't care about the pocketbooks of American people. He's building a ballroom costing billions of dollars. He started a war that has costed somewhere between 30 and $100 billion and close to $1 trillion if you count the economic impact. This is someone who, his legislative agenda is putting a slush fund in place to take taxpayer dollars and pay it to people who he determines worthy, a lot of them criminals and convicted criminals. So you take all of that together, and if you're at home trying to pay your bills, you wonder where is the president when it comes to what I'm going through? And I think those are the questions that Republicans are going to have to answer on the trail. And I think it's going to be a really tall order, because they've been standing with this president the entire time and not saying a peep about any of it.
Well, so the conversation goes on here with a war that's underway and doesn't appear to be ending anytime soon. If you listen to what the oil executives say, Maura, whether it's Exxon or Chevron, if we reopen the strait today, Bob McNally at Rapidan will say the same thing. It's going to take a couple of months for energy flows to rationalize to where they were before this all began. So let's say it ended today. It's going to take us till what, Labor Day to get that back together? And you know where I'm going. What happens after Labor Day? I mean, you've got early voting underway. Your door knockers are out. A lot of decisions, in fact, have already been made. If we're still paying $4.50, $5 a gallon, what does that mean come November?
There's only so much ground that people can make up in the month of October leading into the election, right? So Capitol Hill largely goes quiet here in October because people are going back to their districts to run for office and to campaign. A lot of decisions are already made. People have already baked it in that they spent their whole summer paying $5 for gas because it hasn't gone down, and their summer travels were upended, or at least incurring more costs than they were planning for. But when you look at it, and what Laura just said too, it's not just about the war in Iran, the costs that are happening. It's the separation of things that Donald Trump is doing versus what the Republicans in Congress are doing. Are they representing their constituents? Are they serving the needs of the people that they swore an oath to defend and to serve? And if they can't answer that question when they're home in October or home in August or this summer, that's going to be their problem. It's not necessarily just pledging loyalty to Donald Trump. Yes, that may get you through a primary. That's not going to get you through a general, especially at a time we're facing right now. And so a decision needs to be made. Are you going to blindly say, like Ken Paxton, that your biggest attribute is that you say yes to whatever Donald Trump tells you? Is that your running platform? Or is it, I'm going to serve the constituents here at home in Illinois' X district or whatever it may be, and actually address those needs? That's a choice that every congressman person needs to make, but also I'd say for Republicans, now is that choice. Now is that moment to decide.
So then there becomes a question as to whether more Republicans will draw that line as we get out of primary season and get into the general election cycle here. Is your thought, Laura, that will happen, or this is Trump's Republican Party straight through November?
Well, I think the challenge that Republican elected officials have is that they've got to stand against Donald Trump. They've got to say, in debates and on air and in interviews and with journalists like yourself, you've got to say, hey, no, I think Trump was wrong about that. I would have done things differently. And you risk, drawing the ire of Trump or the lack of funding, et cetera. I think that they have a line to toe. I think what they're counting on, and what I think Democrats are rightly intimidated by and afraid of, is the Supreme Court decision that just got handed down, and the fact that redistricting and the gerrymandering gerrymandered districts, Republicans have a sincere advantage there. So even in the face of the environmentals, the districts are drawn so tightly in Republicans' favor. The question is, can Democrats overcome that gerrymandering and those districts? Because Republicans have been doing this for a long time, but I think have won that redistricting war. If that's, so the starting line is a little muddy. The question is, if Donald Trump's numbers continue to tank, if the economy continues to be problematic, which by all accounts, unfortunately, for working people, it remains. The stock market's flying, working people are struggling. And so if this continues to go on, the wind's going to be in the face of Republicans. So even with those redrawn districts, the question will not be, do they lose the House, but by how many votes? And the question again will be,
think we're already there?
Oh, sorry.
You don't think we're already there, Laura? Like, you redraw the maps all you want. I'm not sure what the advantage is at this point. I can't keep score anymore. Republicans are up 4-10. I don't know what it is. But if Democrats think they can turn 30 seats, if this is a wave election, then redistricting doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, it used to not matter, but the problem is the numbers are, because of the aggression with which Republicans have redistricted, the numbers are different than in past cycles, and they have a more sincere advantage. But you're right, wave elections can surmount that. But the question is, do you come in with such a razor-thin majority, or a majority that you can't act, and do you take the Senate or do you not? And those are the decisions that will be made. But I don't think redistricting is a wash because the environmentals are so tough. I think it is a real challenge for Democrats, and they've got to be sober about that as they look forward.
Well, that's interesting, Laura, because that actually goes against what a lot of Democrats have said on the program, and even some Republicans who are trying to keep score here and look at the historical implications of this midterm cycle. How about you, Maura, at this point? I mean, if this is a wave election, will redistricting be a footnote?
It will be in the long-term picture, I think, because it's creating less competitive districts. And what that means for everyday voters is that you have less choices. Okay. We're already seeing, as I mentioned before, this small percentage who actually participates in the primary. Mm-hmm. What point would you feel as though is necessary to even participate if it's already been decided for you? Mm-hmm. And that's the problem, not only here and now, but long-term, having less choices, you're feeling less enfranchised to be part of this. And that's not good for our democracy. That's not good for our republic. And I think that I have a lot of concerns for Republicans moving forward, at least of this cycle, this midterm. I don't know about the Senate. I'm not there yet. You'll have to stay tuned to how I feel about the Senate. Yeah, it's going to change hands. Uh-huh. But the House, I think because Mike Johnson hasn't made a foothold in having any stances that he can take personally, other than, yes, I support Donald Trump, and that's my policy plans for the year. Yeah. I think people are just looking for someone to be an adult in the room. And right now, neither side seems to be that person. Interesting. You watching that Michigan debate today? Speaking of which, very curious to see how Stevens does.
For sure.
There's a lot of pressure on her, I think.
A lot of pressure from establishment Democrats. And I guess there was too much pressure, I don't know, when it comes to Governor Whitmer. This is a really interesting headline today. With only a few months left to her term, the governor says she is not going to stage a run for president in 2028. This is somebody who is considered to be on the short list and would be a formidable Democratic candidate. Laura Fink, how does that hit you?
Well, this is the first I've heard of it. I didn't catch that particular headline, but I think you're going to see more of that as people assess the field and their viability. And Gretchen Whitmer is a young candidate, so perhaps she thinks she's going to do better in a future election. But it is surprising, actually, because she was considered one of the front runners, and she has been positioning herself for a long time to sort of take on that challenge. And so, but I think you're going to see a lot more of that. And you don't always get the reasons why people choose not to keep their hat in the ring. You hear people back out for family reasons, et cetera. But a lot of times it takes years before you figure out what the real story was.
I want to have impact, she said in a statement. I want to do good work, but I'm also looking forward to taking a little bit of a break and thinking about it, not jumping right into something. So you're running against Gavin Newsom?
I can't help it when I think of Governor Whitmer. I think of what that photo she did with that influencer with the Dorito, where she's feeding an influencer a Dorito as if it's the body of Christ. I'll never get that image out of my head.
I thought you were going to say the binders, hiding behind the binders in the Oval Office.
Wasn't a great
that was
one
pretty
either.
weird too.
So I think between those two photos, if I were
maybe take a couple of years to.
I would campaign heavily against that with those photos. Just blast them everywhere because that's pretty damning.
Well, if J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio are the short list on the Republican side, you have Gavin Newsom, right? You have Governor Shapiro. Is it all governors on the Democratic side that you're looking at?
Right now it sounds like, because you also have like Governor Westmore. People are talking about him.
Right.
So A lot of it does seem in governors, which is a little bit surprising, but we'll see.
We'll see. We'll have a lot more to talk about on that one. But pretty interesting development here today to see Governor Whitmer say no to 2028. We've got a great panel for you here today. Maura Gillespie and Laura Fink will be back in our second hour, in fact, moments from now, as we zero in on geopolitics and the back and forth here when it comes to the U.S. and Iran striking a peace deal. The markets are listening closely, and we'll have a lot more ahead as we welcome our global television audience. It's all next, right here on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
It's deal or no deal again at the White House. Welcome to the Thursday edition as Iran and the U.S. reportedly reach an agreement to extend the truce and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But no one has approved this, and the market is still asking questions. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington on this Thursday. We have to remember, Kaylee, we started the day with news that the U.S. was striking targets in Iran, so the wheels go around again.
Yeah, once again, U.S. forces saying they were acting defensively and shooting down Iranian drones that apparently were targeting commercial ships near the Strait of Hormuz. So the ceasefire, while they say it remains intact, clearly is still seeing firing exchange. And whether or not it remains intact and for what period of time is the question we are dealing with today. We understand, and Bloomberg has confirmed what Axios first reported, that they're talking about extending this truce for 60 days, using that window of time to try to start talks over the nuclear program specifically. And presumably reopen the strait while talks were taking place over the nuclear program. That part is unclear, though, and at the moment we are looking at oil prices. Well, I guess they're just heading lower now, Kaylee. They've given up gains from earlier, and stocks are starting to pick up some momentum here as well. So maybe we're getting back on the positive side of things. We've seen a real whiplash kind of market today. Yeah, and we'll get a check on those markets with Charlie Pellet in just a moment. And as we consider what's happening in the energy market specifically and how it's feeding through into inflation, we obviously got PCE data today, and we'll be hearing a little bit more about the inflation story in an important conversation that will be taking place shortly with the St. Louis Fed President Alberto Musalem and Bloomberg's very own Stephanie Flanders. But before we get to that conversation, as promised, let's check in with Charlie, who's checking the markets up in New York. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Joe and Kaylee. Let me attempt to connect the dots between the falling oil prices and rising stocks. There was a headline moments ago on the Bloomberg Professional Service from Iran's president saying, quote, "We're not seeking nuclear weapons." Now, all of that is according to the semi-official Iranian Students News Agency. But again, the quote there, "We're not seeking nuclear weapons," that quote attributed to Iran's president. The headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all pushing higher. We are seeing the S&P 500 index, best level of the session right now, up 44 at 75.65. That is a gain of 0.6%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average also at a record right now, up 65. That is a gain of just about 0.1%, while NASDAQ up 217 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, higher by 0.8%. All of this with a VIX below 16, a 10-year at 4.44%, the 2-year 4.01%, and the 30-year 4.97%. Gold up $59 the ounce, up 1.3%. I mentioned a move lower for crude. WTI now down 0.2%, 88.47 a barrel, while Brent crude, the global benchmark, 93.36, a drop there of 1%. After earnings, keeping an eye on Snowflake shares, they are ripping higher now by 37.5%. Also after earnings, Salesforce up now by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The question for financial markets, the question for those of us here in Washington is the same one. Do we have a deal or not? As Bloomberg and other outlets are reporting today that the U.S. and Iran have reached a tentative deal to extend the ceasefire for 60 days, using that time to negotiate over the nuclear program while the Strait of Hormuz reopens in the meantime. But of course, President Trump has not yet signed off. We actually haven't heard from him about this today, though we did hear plenty from him yesterday in the cabinet meeting about the prospects of a deal with Iran.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. Right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall.
Referring to the regime restoring some internet access in the country. Indeed, the accord for a 60-day extension of the truce and for negotiations to restart on Iran's nuclear program. There are big questions about whether this is sustainable. However, Kaylee, of course, we've seen this on again, off again now for weeks. We want to start with our political panel. We're going to talk more about this later in the hour with Congressman Mark Pocan of Wisconsin. But with us to start things off, Republican strategist Maura Gillespie, Blue Stack Strategies, and Democratic strategist Laura Fink, founder, CEO of Rebel Communications. It's great to have both of you with us. And Maura, I'm wondering your thoughts on the communications effort here. You're a communications expert and strategist. And when the White House is saying one thing, Iran is saying something else, and the stories continue to change day in and day out, keeping the markets certainly on pins and needles. How about voters? What is the impact when people hear so much conflicting information every day?
Well, I think it's also a concern about what are you getting their hopes up for? Are you telling them that the gas prices are going down? Are you telling them that they shouldn't be worried about what's going on here at home and what should be happening overseas? I think that there's a real concern, as well as, is this just a play with the markets? Is this something that the White House is trying to push the president to do? Is that why they got ahead of it? Because the fact that all the outlets are saying that the president has not agreed to sign it yet, to me that's very telling. That the White House is already struggling with keeping the president on message. There's been plenty of people talking from within the White House who have been frustrated by the president's inability to focus on affordability, but his obsession not only with what's going on here in D.C., the architectural projects and things of that nature, his lack of focus on what's happening in Iran and kind of brushing it off and acting as though it's not a big deal. Yesterday during his press conference, he made a comment about blowing up Oman, an ally of ours. That is a comment that is not just flippant, and it's deeply damaging. And I think that there is a real concern when this kind of a story breaks where it says the White House has agreed to it, Iran's telling a different story, but the president hasn't weighed in. Unfortunately, in this world that we live in right now, nothing is going to happen until the president weighs in.
Well, so you weigh in, Laura, on this, knowing President Trump has repeatedly said he's not going to sign on to any deal unless it is a great one. If he doesn't agree to sign on to this, is that implicitly saying that this isn't a great deal for the United States?
Well, I trust what Donald Trump does and not necessarily what he says. And here we don't know what a great one is. By his terms, any deal that he signs will be a great one, whether or not we are actually in a slightly worse position than before the war. The goals of the war were regime change, for Iran to obliterate its nuclear program and for the world to be in a better place. But we don't see any of that particularly happening. The JCPOA, which the Obama administration negotiated, was put in place and put constraints on nuclear development in Iran. We have the same regime. We have the nuclear stores still in place, and we have spent billions of dollars, American lives, and the world economy is teetering on the brink. We've also emboldened Iran to tax the Strait of Hormuz and to understand just how much leverage they have in the world economy. And I think that leaves us in a worse position, not to mention our relationships with other countries, and the reliability of America as an ally is really being put into question. So inarguably, we're in a worse place. But is this deal there, or are we Lucy and the football again? I mean, Donald Trump is so erratic, it's really hard to tell. And I think voters have kind of tuned out outside of everything but their pocketbooks right now, because that's a truth that they can really count on.
Maura, before Congress left town, the Speaker of the House decided to pull War Powers resolution off the floor when it appeared it might pass. And I realized there were some Republican absentees, but we've heard from a number of members, Ds and Rs, say if that thing gets back to the floor, it's going to pass next time. As we question whether the president has found the line on this issue in Congress, do you believe that's the case? You used to work for a Republican speaker in John Boehner. Will that pass with this conference?
I think Republicans in Congress are realizing they need to reclaim their control. They need to reclaim the authority that Congress has and that the House has, the Senate has, but especially when it comes to this. This is impacting their constituents. And as Laura and I've discussed within our comments about the gas prices, that's affecting their constituents. That's who they serve. They don't serve Donald Trump. They serve their constituents. And this is an issue where they have to reclaim their power, and the separation of powers. We're celebrating 250 years of this country. Yeah. That's an important marker when you go home and talk about what your role is, what you're doing for them. How are you providing and working for them? And this is a way of doing that. We already saw the Senate start to break off and show that they're going to be willing to do that. I think there are House members who are realizing they're up for re-election, and Donald Trump's not. And their jobs are on the line. And this is an impact. I think one other thing I wanted to mention was, when this all started, it wasn't about the Strait of Hormuz that was open.
Right.
When this all started, we joined with Israel. Where are they in this conversation? They've been largely cut out. And let's not forget that that's what brought us into this in the first place. And I do think that that's also impacting some members of Congress back at home.
Well, when we consider what members of Congress might be willing to do, even if a War Powers resolution were to pass, Laura, does it really matter? Isn't it just a symbolic vote?
Well, Donald Trump's going to do what he wants to do. It shouldn't be a symbolic vote. It should be constitutionally the power that Congress has to restrain the president from starting wars wherever they want. And so I think the challenge here, and I want to credit Maura again for sort of telling the truth straight. I think the problem that Republicans have politically is that there's no critical mass. That they see Thomas Massie stick his neck out on the Epstein files and get it chopped off in the primary. The same with Dr. Kennedy standing up to Health and Human Services Secretary Kennedy. You see this over and over again. John Cornyn just days ago, even though he stood with Trump 99% of the time. So there is no critical mass who are willing to stand up to this president. And I will be pleasantly surprised if that changes before Election Day.
All right, Laura Fink and Maura Gillespie, our political panel, trying to tell the truth. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us as we consider the path forward for this conflict and, of course, ultimately what it means for the global economy. That is a challenge that policymakers have to deal with, not just on Capitol Hill, but inside the Federal Reserve Building and the various buildings across the country that the Fed inhabits as they consider the economic picture and the inflation picture that this has created. And it's on that note we turn now to the Reykjavik Economic Conference, where the St. Louis Fed President Alberto Mussolem is sitting down with Bloomberg's very own Stephanie Flanders. Let's go live now to Iceland.
Well, thank you so much. I am indeed here in Reykjavik with Alberto Mussolem. Thank you very much for joining us. In your speech here at this conference, you pointed out that the US has inflation running meaningfully above target, long-run inflation expectations creeping higher, and yet a real policy rate that was below the level that the Federal Open Market Committee think is neutral, so not actually applying any restraining force on the economy. All those things together sound like someone who wants to raise interest rates.
Great to be with you. That's right. The real policy rate right now is running at around 0.5%, which is lower than the 1% that the committee believes is the neutral rate. I think you have to look at the full picture, and it looks to me like policy is at or slightly below the committee's long-run neutral level.
But if you combine that with the other things you talk about, you had emphasized the risks of the inflationary pressures on the demand side and the supply side of the economy. It sounds like you think they should be leaning towards tightening. It sounds like you might have been one of the policymakers in the April meeting who actually thought they should have removed the statement against tightening in the statement.
So yes, I supported the interest rate decision, but I thought the easing bias was no longer consistent with the outlook and the balance of risks, which in my mind, the balance of risk has shifted a little bit towards the inflation side and less towards the employment side. Whether the economy will require a hike or a cut or a hold will depend on the scenario. There is a scenario where inflation remains high. There's no disinflation in the next quarter or two. And in that scenario, the economy will probably require a hike. There's also a scenario where the economy weakens materially in the second half of the year because real incomes are challenged and corporate margins are challenged. In that scenario, inflation could come down. In that scenario, we would be thinking of no hikes, maybe even a cut. So there are two scenarios to play with here.
But looking down the track, at least the markets are now fully pricing a rate hike by March 2027. Given where we are now, how we think things are going to proceed with oil prices and some of the risks on the supply side that you talk about, do you think that's a sensible thing for them to price?
Again, I think there are two scenarios here, and I don't comment normally on market pricing. I'm more focused on what's best for the economy and for Main Street. Markets have repriced materially in the U.S. and in other countries in the front end of the curve. I think that's markets trying to understand what our reaction function is.
So I'm going to quote here, because in your speech you talk very directly about the impact of AI on productivity and the long-run impact that could have on monetary policy and on interest rates. But you warn that policymakers cannot depend on a potential productivity boom from artificial intelligence to ease elevated inflation right now in the short term. And in fact, you seem to suggest that the build-out of all the data centers associated with AI was actually putting upward pressure on inflation. Do you think the incoming Fed chairman, Kevin Walsh, is one of those policymakers that's inclined to be hoping for that?
So I'll speak about my views. I am an AI enthusiast and productivity optimist. But at present, it's unclear that productivity, first of all, is higher than the long-term average. It's actually at or below the long-term average. And so to rely on productivity to do the inflation job seems a risky proposition because what if the productivity doesn't materialize in the future? We could end up with higher inflation today and in the future. And what AI is doing right now, it's not really expanding the supply side of the economy yet. What it's doing is it's putting upward demand pressures, through chip prices, through the build out. In my district, I hear of construction companies shipping workers all over the country. It is specialized, trades persons to build out the data centers. So at present, it's more of a demand story from AI than a supply story, and you see that in the aggregate demand numbers and the percentage of capex that is coming from the AI build out is material.
But of course, a lot of this does come down to how you think, in the scenario, the next sort of year and a half, that's what you're focused on when you think about where the policy is right now and in the next few quarters. There's obviously different pressures, right? Some have emphasized, even John Williams has talked about the disinflationary forces that come from AI. If you start to see people lose their jobs, if you see jobs eliminated as AI is rolled out. You've highlighted more of the supply side, the sort of upside pressures that come from data centers and other things, those kind of pressures on resources. You seem pretty clear that those upside pressures are going to be the larger factor, at least coming from the AI revolution in the next year.
I think there are two things. In the short run, I think the demand pressures are more prominent than the supply relief. I'm prepared to change my view if and when I see AI actually contributing to aggregate productivity growth, which we don't see just yet in the data, and when that becomes evident that that's actually putting downward pressure on inflation. At present, that's not where we are. Now, in terms of the long run productivity in AI, if and when we get productivity to grow above its long run average, where it currently right now is not, the impact on real interest rates will depend on how permanent that increase in productivity growth is expected to be. If it's expected to be very permanent, that will put upward pressure on real interest rates. If it's expected to be transitory, then the supply side will win, and that will put downward pressure on interest rates.
One other thing that's happened since the beginning of the Iran crisis is a real change in bond yields. And actually, we certainly think, on Bloomberg Economics, we think that's been largely due to an increase in the term premium, slightly an increase in what we're expecting on inflation, but mainly on the term premium. So in that sense, has the bond market already done some of the Fed's work for it? I mean, is that producing a meaningful tightening, even though you have a very low short-term rate?
So my interpretation of what's happened to bond markets is that they're seeing an economy that's resilient on the real side. They see a labor market that's been resilient on the real side. They see higher realized inflation. They see higher expected inflation. When I look at the decomposition, I arrive at a different conclusion than your team, which is a fantastic team. My understanding is about 3/4 of it was an increase in the expected neutral rate, policy rate that is, and about 1/4 higher term premia. Now, if you look at forward markets...
So just on that, you don't think it hasn't meaningfully tightened financial conditions if you're looking on that kind of medium term?
So I was about to say, if you look at the forward real interest rates, markets have raised the real implied forward. So the real interest rate a year from now, the real interest rate 2 years from now, have come up meaningfully in the last month or two.
But just going back to the thing, you don't think that it's made that the incoming Kevin Walsh is not his job hasn't been made any easier by the tightening in the bond market. You would still have to be focused on that short-term rate.
I think when he comes in, he's going to take a look at the. Oh, he has come in. He's been sworn in. He's going to have his first meeting next 2 weeks, and he's going to have to look at the economy, and we're all going to have to look at the economy and exchange views on the economy and exchange views on what the best policy for the American people is at that point in time.
Well, the other thing that the incoming Fed chair has talked a lot about is changing the Fed's communication tools. He said he doesn't want to see so much or indeed any forward guidance. He wants to have fewer public speeches. He wants to get rid of the dot plot. Lots of people come in saying they want to have less forward guidance, and then they find they want to say things to the markets. Do you think that he's going to have a similar kind of learning curve?
Well, he's been in the Fed before, so his learning curve will probably be much lower than somebody who had not been there before. He's expressed some views during the last year or so. Once he's in the seat, once he consults with the full committee, and I expect him to consult with the full committee on all these matters, he will try and steer the committee in a direction or another. And I think it's always healthy to look at your communications policy, your monetary policy framework, and see how to adjust each or both to make sure we're fulfilling the dual mandate as best we can.
But you're kind of on the opposite side of this, because you wanted to actually connect the dots to whole forecasts, not reveal whose dots they were, but make a bit more sense of what the dots represented, the bigger picture. Whereas he, instead of elaborating on the dots, he wants to get rid of them altogether. I mean, that's just a straightforward disagreement, right?
Well, I would say what I think I would favor the most, is that we have a communications policy that is very effective at transmitting what our reaction function is at any point in time. Right now we have the dots. We can make the dots more effective by connecting the dots in terms of transmitting our reaction function. Now, you could also think of not having the dots, but replacing them with something else that is effective in transmitting to the markets and households and businesses what our reaction function is.
The other big thing that certainly people in the financial markets have been very focused on in Kevin Walsh's comments is about wanting to shrink the Fed's balance sheet. And actually, Governor Michael Barr said just the other day that he thought that was just the wrong goal, that it would actually raise risk for financial stability, and that it wouldn't necessarily reduce the Fed's footprint in financial markets. What do you make of that?
I think that's something that needs to be studied, and we need to all review what the options are for doing that if we so desired. And I think it's very different to reduce the balance sheet from the supply side, which could be very disruptive, or reduce the balance sheet from the demand side for reserves, demand for reserves as opposed to supply for reserves. If we went in the direction of taking measures that would reduce the banking system's demand for reserves, then that would be, I think, a smoother path towards a lower balance sheet in percent of GDP, or a lower growth of the balance sheet in nominal terms, than simply reducing supply, which could be disruptive.
But other things equal, do you kind of share the desire on balance to have a smaller balance sheet?
I think there. I'm going to do a two-handed economist now. There are some benefits to having a large balance sheet in terms of financial stability, but it's also, I think, healthy for the central bank to have the minimal or minimum balance sheet that it needs to have to operate its monetary framework and to promote financial stability. Now, so I think we need to understand where that is.
Just a last question. When you talk about communications, and we've certainly had a lot of communications about the Fed from the White House, but also we have ordinary people who are coping with the impact of higher gasoline prices. We're definitely having a conversation about higher interest rates now that we wouldn't have expected to have 6 months ago. And I think a lot of people, whether in the White House or in the broader economy, would say, hang on, what is the Fed doing, thinking about raising interest rates in an environment where it can't affect the global energy price, that's the thing pushing up inflation, and it definitely can't affect the rollout of AI, because that seems to be just an unstoppable force. So why raise interest rates?
So our mandate is price stability and maximum employment, and right now we're above target on inflation, and so the possibility or probability that we might consider an interest rate increase in the future, I think, has to be greater than zero. The economy has been robust. GDP growth has been at or around potential. The labor market is right around, in terms of unemployment, right around its natural rate, around 4.3, 4.4. And so we're missing on one side of the mandate. Inflation expectations are drifting higher to some degree, and we're not missing on the other side of the mandate. So you have to take all the factors, and we have a statutory responsibility to hit both sides of the mandate.
And finally, you did mention Kevin Walsh was sort of is in the building and has been sworn in. He talked in the past about wanting to break some heads and have a sort of revolution, be an agent of change in the Fed. Yeah. Is that the way that he's presented himself internally?
I think the new chair, or Chair Walsh, I should say, will be asking some very profound and deep questions about many ways in which we operate, monetary policy, communications, operations, and so I think that's refreshing. A new leader should always come in with a vision and asking very deep questions about how things were done in the past. I expect that to be the case.
Alberto Musalem, thank you very much for joining us. And I think we'll even forgive you for disagreeing with our US economics team. Thanks very much.
Stephanie Flanders, we thank you as well for bringing us an important conversation here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. And ahead of our conversation with Congressman Mark Pocan, who's going to be joining us live in just a moment, the Democrat from Wisconsin, with the latest on so many issues, including the war with Iran. We want to update Wall Street very quickly. Charlie Pellet has the latest on the markets from his perch in New York. Charlie, how things going?
Right now, do want to begin with the 10-year. The yield there, 4.45%. The 2-year, 4.01%. And the 30-year, below 5%, 4.98%. We did have the Dow wavering, but right now higher, up 11, trading at a record 50,655 on the Dow. Little changed, up under 0.1%. S&P up 42. That is a gain of 0.6%. NASDAQ higher now by 217. That's a gain of 0.8%. Spot gold is advancing by $50 the ounce to $45.04, up 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude. It is a mixed picture for oil right now. WTI at $88.96 a barrel. It is higher by 0.3%. We're seeing Brent crude retreat to $93.8 a barrel, down now by just about 0.5%. Briefly, keeping an eye on some of the retailers. After the bell, we'll hear from Costco. Right now, Dollar Tree after earnings up 18.8%. Best Buy after earnings up 17.8%. Kohl's rounding out a stellar day for retailers, up 18.2%. Kaylee and Joe, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. It's a market that's gone through a couple of different phases today based on headlines coming out of Washington as we woke up to news today that the United States had resumed strikes against Iran. Several targets, not unlike this time yesterday. But then, of course, Kaylee, the news cycle started to change a lot. And now Bloomberg is talking to sources who say we may well be on the verge of a deal to extend the ceasefire by 60 days, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and continue a side negotiation about the future of Iran's nuclear program. The problem is we've heard reports like this before, and it's unclear what we should be taking seriously.
Well, and whether or not we take it seriously might depend on what we hear from President Trump about it. He's not commenting directly on this today. And our understanding, via sources familiar, is that he still needs to approve these terms. So as we consider what these terms may be and the prospect of their approval or denial, we turn now to Democratic Congressman Mark Pocan of Wisconsin's 2nd Congressional District, who is joining us now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congressman, welcome back to Balance of Power. As we consider the terms, as we at least understand them to be, a 60 within 30 days, Iran would be removing mines from the Strait of Hormuz. Commercial shipping would flow unrestricted. Once again, are these terms you believe the United States should agree to?
I have no idea where this president is with this war. This has been a war of choice from the very beginning. There was no imminent threat to the United States. We've seen this same act before. Whether or not it's real this time, I don't know. They were just exchanging fire within the last 24 hours. All I do know is that this president has fumbled this entire war in the most magnificent way. The fact that we're paying almost $2 more per gallon for gas, the fact that we've doubled diesel costs for my farmers in Wisconsin, doubled the cost of airline fuel, spent over $90 billion on this war, and we may not even get to where we were with the deal we had under President Obama. I wish I could tell you there was any clarity with this, but with Donald Trump, there's rarely clarity.
Well, Congressman, with that said, and I know you've been clear calling this the president's unnecessary war with Iran. If we were in a world in which you were advising the White House, would you withdraw forces now? Or do you need to continue that pressure to find a diplomatic solution?
Yeah, the problem is they went into this without a plan. We had constituents that were caught over there. Clearly, there was no plan. We dealt very directly with some people on that. There's no plan on how to get out of this. They didn't really anticipate what was going to happen at the Straits of Hormuz. And we're not just affecting American consumers, but some of our best trading partners around the country, South Korea, Japan, they don't have natural energy sources. 70% of their energy comes through the Straits of Hormuz. We're hurting those people that are buying things directly from the United States, which hurts American companies. I just think Donald Trump has to, I know it's hard, but put the ego aside. He's the narcissist in chief, and try to understand that this has been a complete debacle and that we've got to reverse course as quickly as possible.
Well, it is a question of how quickly is possible, given our position here and the fate of a lot of commercial and energy flows, particularly for the global economy in the balance. Congressman, we still have American troops in theater, at least for the time being. The Pentagon has not yet sent you and your colleagues a supplemental funding request. Do you have any idea as to when exactly that could come and what that number would look like and whether or not you would approve it? I know you've advocated for less defense spending, not more.
Yeah, look, 6 years ago, we started, Barbara Lee from California and I started a Pentagon spending reduction caucus when we were spending roughly 650 plus or minus $20 billion on defense to try to keep it in check. They've failed the last 8 audits. They can only account for 55% of their equipment, and yet we keep giving them money. And that was to hold it in then. We're at $1 trillion now, 6 years later, and the president wants $1.5 trillion for essentially defense contractors. This isn't really money that's going to the military. A small part of it is, but most of this is going to defense contractors. So we'll see what they give us, but many of us are really concerned because every dollar that's going towards the Pentagon is not going to healthcare or housing or veterans, because veterans dollars are separate than defense dollars. So, a lot of us, especially me on appropriations, are very concerned about that. We think this is pretty irresponsible spending. And now he's cost us at least $90 billion more that we didn't need to have had to spend.
Well, Congressman, you agree with Steve Ellis at the group Taxpayers for Common Sense out with a statement following the House committee revealing details of this proposal. The nation cannot afford this bloat, he writes. We're up to our neck in debt, with interest payments now surpassing $1 trillion a year and interest rates rising. Meanwhile, the Pentagon, which still can't pass an audit, wants to spend taxpayer dollars on a gilded battleship that cuts against its own vision for a more agile and distributed naval force. What do Democrats do if that's the case then? Can you get to this in committee, or will Republicans in the majority make this a law?
Well, this is one where the public, I think, needs to get a little bit involved, because $1.5 trillion for the Pentagon is as much as the next 35 nations combined. That's a lot to be spending, a lot more than we need to be spending. And that is in lieu of other things, including middle-class tax breaks, in lieu of healthcare, in lieu of education, in lieu of housing, in lieu of veterans, and so many other programs. So I think people really do need to have a bigger concern. And just to give you an idea of some of the spending that happens and why it is a boondoggle in many ways, the most recent class of aircraft carrier, the Ford class, when the toilets get clogged, they literally have to flush $400,000 worth of acids down the toilet to unclog them, which is the definition of flushing money down the toilet. We need to get a better grasp on how much we're spending on defense, period. But right now, I don't have a lot of confidence in Pete Hegseth, a former Fox News host who now is running the Department of Defense. I don't think they have a game plan of what they're doing, and I think everyone is actually seeing that happen in real time.
Well, as we consider whether everyone is seeing the things you are seeing, Congressman, it does seem that more Republicans are starting to become wary of being mired in this conflict in the Middle East. We saw the Speaker polling a vote on the War Powers resolution before the Memorial Day recess, but that is going to have to come to the floor when you return. Do you expect that it will pass?
Yeah, I think we're very close to it passing. It already was very, very close. The Senate did just pass, right? So I think we're on the cusp of it, which is why it got pulled last week. They played a game with saying the number of days that they needed to have us vote on it. But, I think there are enough Republicans to join, and I believe this time it will be every single Democrat, to make sure that we're doing what the Constitution says, which is Congress initiates any war, and therefore the War Powers resolution is so needed. I'm sure that's why Donald Trump's trying to quickly get something put together to avoid that. But at the same time, we want to make sure this is done right, and it's past time Congress get involved.
What happens if the administration just blows right through it? How do you hold the White House accountable?
Well, and that's where we're going to be able to see what power Congress actually has. Constitution makes us a co-equal branch of government. Speaker Mike Johnson might want us to be a subservient branch, but I think there are enough Republicans and Democrats who don't believe that is the case that we should be following the Constitution, and that means it is Congress's ability to deal with this. So I think that vote very likely could be next week, and hopefully we can bring some sanity to what's happening, because right now the president has fumbled this miserably, and I don't want it to cost more American or Iranian lives.
With the View from Madison, Congressman Mark Pocan, Democrat from Wisconsin's 2nd District. It's good to have you back, Congressman, on Bloomberg. It's been some time. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. As we wait for word from the White House, there's really been no action on Truth Social today. Never mind conversations or public comment from him on any of this. They're presumably reviewing these options right now.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if we hear from the Treasury Secretary about it. Scott Besson is going to be briefing the press in the White House briefing room at 2 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll have some of that for you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I wonder what kind of questions he could get around the Strait of Hormuz and inflation in particular. So stay with us for more here on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow just moving lower right now. Little change. The key takeaway, retreating from a record, down just about 7 points, under 0.1%. S&P, though, pushing higher, up 41 right now, higher by 0.5%. NASDAQ also at a record, up 217 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain right now of about 0.8%. Source telling Bloomberg that Iran and the U.S. have reached a tentative deal to extend a ceasefire and work toward an agreement to end the war. The 10-year currently at 4.45%, the 2-year 4.01%, and the 30-year 4.98%. All of this with the VIX below 15. Below 16, I should say. We have got spot gold at $45.04 the ounce, up 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%, $88.90 for a barrel of WTI. Brent 93.79, barrel of Brent down by 0.5%. CVS Health has reversed the decision to restrict access to Eli Lilly's obesity shot Zepbound for certain drug plans after Lilly agreed to cut the price it charges many health plans. CVS shares are up by 1.1%, Lilly up by 3.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you, sir. He'll be back at the top of the hour with more on the markets, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, to kick things off on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Balance of Power, the Thursday edition, live from Washington right now as we consider what we might hear from the White House. There are a lot of questions about what the president is up to now that we do understand, according to reporting from Bloomberg and other agencies, that there is a deal on the table for an extension of the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran by 60 days. That would also include reopening unfettered access, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and continuing negotiations over that 60-day period with regard to the country's nuclear program. The most recent we have heard, and the president needs still to approve this if it's going to be enacted, the most recent we've heard was yesterday in the cabinet room as the president met with his cabinet, brought reporters in for a conversation, and made clear that he was not being motivated by politics here in the United States. Listen.
They're going to outweight me, you know. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that, very simple, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us.
Of course, Bloomberg's Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall was in the cabinet room with the president for those comments, and she's joining us now live from the North Lawn of the White House. So, Tyler, I don't believe you or any other members of the White House press pool have had the chance to see the president today. We also haven't heard from him on True Social. Do we have any sense as to whether or when we may hear from him on approval or not of this tentative agreement?
Well, Kaylee, that is the big question that we are all waiting for, though we are expecting to hear from the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at the top of the next hour, and perhaps that will give us some insight into where the U.S. stands when it comes to these diplomatic negotiations and whether or not we are getting closer to a deal, because as you both mentioned, sources confirmed to Bloomberg that a potential 60-day memorandum of understanding is currently on the table, but it's awaiting President Trump's sign-off. And so far, the sides have appeared publicly to still be pretty far apart on some of the main issues. We did get a statement out of Iranian state media citing one Iranian official that says progress has been made, but a lot of sticking points still remain here. But it does appear clear that we are moving towards a phased agreement, if we get an agreement at all, that would prioritize reopening the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump said as much just yesterday. That would include the U.S. probably having to lift its naval blockade, of course, a big point of leverage for this White House. And only then, once those components are in place, could we move into this secondary phase of negotiations for potential curbs on Iran's nuclear program. At this point, this reporting would indicate that there has been progress from the two sides. Yesterday, President Trump said that he wasn't satisfied quite yet, so we have to see if there were agreements made here on some of those key points, mainly the Strait of Hormuz, because Joe and Kaylee, we heard earlier today from Iranian state media threatening retaliation if the U.S. disrupts their control over the strait, as we see the country impose these navigational services fees, set up this new authority, and confirm that so far they've let through 26 commercial vessels in the last 24 hours, seeming to suggest that they're not quite ready to let up their grip on the strait just yet.
Yeah, realizing we have not resumed military action outside of the few strikes that we've heard of in the last couple of days here. Tyler, there's a new report out from the Center for Strategic and International Studies that questions what we have in our supply of munitions, that the U.S. used so many interceptors from missile defense systems like the Patriot, like the THAAD that we talk about so often, that stockpiles will not be replenished until 2029. We've still not heard any acknowledgement to that from the administration, right? The only thing that the President, Pete Hegseth, have suggested that we have unlimited munitions. Is that the case?
We are expecting the Treasury Secretary to likely address this during the briefing. Joe, we know that revitalizing the defense industrial bases, we talk a lot about here on Balance of Power, has been a bipartisan priority that at this point has spanned multiple administrations. But it has raised alarm bells, and it's also raising some questions on Capitol Hill about why we haven't seen that supplemental funding request yet when it comes to being related to the conflict in Iran, as the administration will likely have to ramp up the production of these critical munitions and stockpiles as the war drags on. That, of course, contributes to the timeline that lawmakers are looking for and the timeline that Americans are looking for. You mentioned and played that soundbite from President Trump earlier, talking about the midterms and that this will be worth it to ensure that there are curbs when it comes to Iran's nuclear program. But Joe and Kaylee, it's probably worth pointing out that we have heard some concerns from some hawkish Republican members on Capitol Hill that they don't want the administration to give up leverage without concrete details on what those curbs could be. The reporting does indicate that in this 60-day potential memorandum of understanding, we would see talks about enrichment levels as well as what happens to that stockpile of highly enriched uranium prioritized in this 60-day period.
Tyler, thank you so much. Live from the White House on a sunny day here in Washington. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Oil prices have largely flattened out. Crude oil in New York, WTI, is up about a quarter right now, just shy of $89 a barrel. Brent is, in fact, lower. It's down about a $0.50 to just under $94 a barrel. And we mentioned that with the idea of the strait potentially reopening imminently. The president was asked about it yesterday in that cabinet meeting and who would control the strait, knowing that Iran has attempted to create a system, a tolling system, that some have already paid to get through the waterway. Listen to Donald Trump.
The strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control it?
It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
A comment that raised a lot of eyebrows, as Oman, of course, is an ally, and questions as to whether he meant to invoke that name or Iran. Let's add the voice of Clayton Siegel, a senior fellow at the James Schlesinger Chair in Energy Geopolitics, Energy Security, and Climate Change Program at the aforementioned Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Clayton, it's great to have you back as part of our conversation.